So final call to the people who are just entering. I would like to request you to please come up and occupy the tables in the front so that we can begin the events. We leave the seats at the back for the people who will be joining us after 10 o'clock. For all of the audience that is actually joining us on the live webinar, I appreciate that you've been waiting for some time. We'll be beginning the event shortly. Assalamu alaikum. Welcome to the ACCA Pakistan Leadership Conversation. My name is Noorulain and I'm the CEO of Mindworks International. It gives me immense pleasure to be here in Karachi. Before we start off the conversation, before we start off this two-way collective agenda of deliberating about emerging Pakistan, give the entire ACCA team who has organized this fantastic event for you today a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. You're all part of the ecosystem. You're all our partners and collaborators for this fantastic Pakistan Leadership Conversation that we have set up. And there is a story behind it. So Pakistan Leadership Conversation began last year, and we are in the second year of hosting these conferences across Pakistan in Karachi, Lahore, and Islamabad. And there was one main goal for the conversation, and that was to bring together thought leaders and corporations like yourself on a similar level and act on an actionable agenda. All that we are discussing, all that we are deliberating at these conversations, it is a two-way process, and we want to actually take that process and we want to deliberate on it for the next year to come. When ACCA was founded in 1904. There were a set of core values that were at the heart of it. And those were around innovation, opportunity, diversity. And to date, we have had a humongous feat to achieve very recently in shaping the lives of people. We have very recently crossed the 200,000 membership mark, which is a fantastic achievement for ACCA, ladies and gentlemen. So with that deserves another round of applause of achieving this particular reach. When we talk about today's event, there were three very basic cores of why we wanted to talk about emerging Pakistan. And that was the core foundations of Pakistan. So we are celebrating Pakistan Day tomorrow. And the essence of it was set around faith, unity, and discipline. We had a similar conversation yesterday in Islamabad when we were having the Pakistan leadership conversation there just yesterday. And the flow of our three core values is very important. So we have faith, we have unity, and we have discipline. And that particularly why we are here to contribute and take our vision for emerging Pakistan and put Pakistan on the map. And all of our contributions in the room collectively, and all of the 200,000 members who are part of the ACCA fraternity, we are helping to put Pakistan on the map. And I hope and pray that all of you in the room who are here today, we can take the pledge forward and we can form a collective vision for an emerging Pakistan, ladies and gentlemen. I am extremely honored that we have 400,000 registration and attendees for this particular conversation. They're joining us on the webinar. So a huge round of applause to all the people who are joining us from 14 countries across the globe. And I'll quickly like to take a moment and tell you what countries. So obviously we're talking about Pakistan, but we have attendees from Bahrain, Canada, Ghana, UK, USA, Ireland, Maldives, Oman, Panama, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Turkey, and UAE. So a huge round of applause to the webinar attendees who are actually joining us. I would also like to thank and welcome our honorable chief guest, Mr. Riaz Riazuddin, the Deputy Governor, State Bank of Pakistan. Thank you so much, sir, for supporting us and being here and taking out the time to support ACCA in these conversations. Ladies and gentlemen, let us proceed. We're talking about emerging Pakistan. I would request you all to please rise for the national anthem. Thank you. So when we are talking about emerging Pakistan, ladies and gentlemen, I was expecting a round of applause after the national anthem. So if we can have that, it's very early in the day. And we like to keep the momentum going. The way the event has been planned out for you, we have two fantastic panel conversations that we'll be having, along with keynote speeches. So that is where you need to see and focus on. We have this fantastic emerging Pakistan lapel pins, and it is a beautiful sight from right up here when I see those lapel pins right on all of your jackets and your dresses right around here. So if you don't have it, they're right outside. You can take a moment and grab those emerging Pakistan lapel pins right here. I would like to now formally commence the event. I would like to request somebody who has been taking the agenda and shaping the lives of ACCA affiliates and making policy choices for Pakistan for the last 3 years. We've been involved in a lot of strategic interventions, and we want to evolve Pakistan and make it a go-to place for business activities. I'd like to request Sajid Aslam, the head of ACCA Pakistan, who is working on this agenda, to come and share his insights about emerging Pakistan. Ladies and gentlemen, Sajid Aslam.
Assalamu alaikum, good morning, and welcome to PLC to 2018. Like Noor mentioned earlier, we started back in 2017 and we picked up some of the conversations. We tried to drive it, convert it into the actionable agendas, and then we collaborated, and that's a key word. We collaborated with people who are here right now and some of the people who are not in the hall. And we started working towards on delivery. And that's why we never call it as a conference. We always talk about the conversation, which is a two-way process, lead to an action. And that's what PLC is all about. Just giving you a little background, Noor mentioned ACCA started in 1904. ACCA is 114-year-old organization. When we started, the ACCA started, it started as a challenge to status quo at that point of time in 1904, when the women did not have a right to vote, when only the elitist of the elite can join the profession. So that's what the character ACCA brought to the society, that it's opened up. And that commitment was from a very, very small group. It was 8 people at that time. There were only 8 people who started and committed. There has to be a change. The profession has to emerge differently. It should be accessible to everybody who has an ability. And that's the character ACCA carrying for 114 years. There's a lot of changes when we talk about the qualification, the way we train, the way we educate, the way we engage organization. But the one thing which didn't change in 114 years is our core value. We challenge status quo, we emerge differently, and we emerge always better. And that's why when Ministry of Commerce started with the Emerging Pakistan, that resonates so well with ACCA. When we talk about start looking at the opportunity and taking away all the challenges, and also also looking at the opportunity which is worthwhile, even if there is a challenge, pick up the opportunity which is worthwhile to overcome that challenge and fight that challenge. So that's what ACCA is all about, and that's what Emerging Pakistan is today. When we started this PLC this year, and the Emerging Pakistan was the theme. So the first thing, how we can bring the entire ACCA in the loop. So it's not only about the Pakistan, the members and students who are in Pakistan. We have got 200,000 members. That's a big achievement which ACCA has recently celebrated. How we can engage those 200,000 members who are sitting on a very relevant areas, who are sitting in the boardrooms, who are sitting at a CEO, CFO position, outside Pakistan as well, in a big corporation, how we can bring that emerging Pakistan as a part of their strategic intervention, as a part of their opportunity hunt, and how we can bring it as a boardroom conversation. We started with that. Let's invite them. Let's invite them to see what Emerging Pakistan is all about and engage them in this particular sessions which we are doing in Islamabad, Karachi, and Lahore right now. Noor already mentioned we have got 4,000 people who have already registered. This communication in terms of video, in terms of messaging, will be going back to those 200,000 people again and again throughout the year. So that will be one of a contribution in terms of communication, that how we can enhance the soft image of Pakistan, how people can start talking about a term, emerging Pakistan, rather than a country which was discussed for all wrong reasons previously. Now, I just want to run you through some of the commitments collectively we made in 2017 and what type of progress we are making there. So these are the key areas which we were working at that time. And that's include the first thing, CPAC. What we can do as ACCA around CPAC, we have a presence in 22 countries out of the 65 countries where the Belt and Road Initiative is going to impact. How we can really join those 22 countries or economies, and how we can leverage it with Pakistan. The first thing we did is a research starting from China, and we brought the China perspective, what the BRI is all about. It's not CPAC alone. There are 6 corridors. CPAC is one of them, which has made a significant progress. And the people who will be engaged in CPAC or a development of CPAC going forward, they are the one who will be benefited from and become a partner with China and other economies to develop the rest of 5. So that's one of the important context we have to always keep in mind. Then we did the second research for Pakistan, which is all around the SWOT analysis around the provinces. There are case studies available from Pakistani organization, and that's we did with Pakistan China Institute in collaboration. And we tried to pick up what are the talent requirement as well, and what are the things which business need to consider, and what are the things which public sector need to consider. Other area which we picked is the technology, because there are two items which are very important. It's the technology and the talent, which can accelerate our growth, and we do not have to go in a successive developments. We can, from a one industrial revolution, we can jump to the fourth revolution of data sciences as well, and the technology side of it. So we picked up the data sciences, and today we can proudly announce that ACCA is one of the only organization right now who has got a finance domain as a professional accountant, and right now we have got 31 individuals who are trained, hands-on training on AI and the data sciences, and we are going to grow more and more. Our target is to bring a critical mass to Pakistan in the next 2 years, and leading it to at least the number of 5,000, which will create or bring Pakistan as a one of a conversation. Whenever in the world somebody will be talking about AI or a finance domain, they will be talking about Pakistan, because we will be the one providing that resources to anybody who needs in the country. The second area which we picked up is the ERP. It's a very basic one. ERP is being there for a while, but when you talk about one of our organization, if they really want to pick up a contract which involves 8,000 consultants, Pakistan doesn't have those ones. We started with Excellence Deliver, and thank you to them. They rolled out throughout across Pakistan, and right now we have trained over 2,000 people in last 18 months who are SAP and Oracle ready. And today, if somebody comes to Pakistan, they need a resource of 1,000 or 2,000, we can provide them from a finance domain immediately from Pakistan. So that's another area which we committed last year in 2017, and we made a progress around it. Other area which was shared and discussed a lot is the shared services, how Pakistan could be a part of the outsourcing. Outsourcing is one of a dream for Pakistan, which we are talking about for last 10, 15 years, and we have made a good progress on the IT side and some of the sectors. But where we are not there yet, and even today, we are unable to really exploit that ecosystem which make Philippines as a call center capital today. We are not a capital for IT services. We are not capital for finance services. We are not capital for legal services. We are not capital for engineering and architecture services. But we have got all those talents here. So we started with that. We estimated even just finance can bring a $3 billion worth export to Pakistan. We are working towards that. We are not there. But if you go out today, there is a conversation and there is a number which everybody is quoting is a $3 billion worth export, which Pakistan has a potential, and we are working towards that. And very recently, lawyers also contacted us how they can become a part of it. Succession for the family-owned business. Our research, and there are many researchers who are kept showing that the family-owned businesses, the big businesses, big brand, they do not sustain the third generation. And business being a part of, or one of our stakeholder in the business is society and country as well. So it's important that these businesses succeed. And we have to make sure we bring those elements to those businesses, whether it's a professional management, it's governance, it's access to capital, it's opening the new market, it's access to the new marketplace, it's even the innovation, whatever it takes, we have to make sure the businesses succeed over centuries. And that is the type of businesses we want to see in Pakistan. We want to see businesses which are, right now we are looking for FDI. We would like to see a time when the countries should be coming to Pakistan and presenting their business case to our businessmen, how they should be investing in their countries. So that's the point which we want to achieve. But for that, the first thing, the family-owned business has to come to the level where they can grow to the level, or they have a governance structure which can help them to go international. And the last item which was discussed is the public financial management, what we can do about it. And today I can very proudly tell you that with the collaboration of AGP and ICMAP, ACCA and USAID, so these are the four key partners, we delivered over 200 IPSAS training for AGP. And these are not the hands-on training only. There was an exam, and the people have studied, they have gone through those training, and they have passed those exams. And those trainings were conducted across Pakistan. Right now, as we speak, we have got an infrastructure among four of us who can do these type of trainings and who can build that capacity on an IPSAS to the thousands of people in a very minimum time. So that's the learning or capability set now exists in Pakistan. We are not dependent on third parties or outsiders to come and train us. We have got all that training network and the capacity development network for IPSAS available in Pakistan. Rashid, can we move? The next important area which we discussed, and that came out as a part of, and that's not only the Pakistan issue, that became a global issue somehow. So ethics and the professional skills were the one of a challenge which every boardroom, every organization was facing. So ACC has developed a 20-hour content, which is a very high-end content based on a case study, and that reflect on the everyday dilemma which we have to go through once it's come to ethics. So that's covered the ethics, that's covered the commercial acumen, that's covered the personal effectiveness, leadership. So this is one of a component or a training which is available with ACCA qualification, as well as people who are already qualified or ACC affiliate and member. They can access that lifetime and they can use it to train their own organization or bring that training to their organization. So this is also one of a progress which we have made last year. There are other changes in the qualification, but I just want to highlight EPSM or Ethics and Professional Skill module. That's a very, very relevant with our today's youth. And very interestingly, and that's the most interesting thing for next year, our members, yesterday when we were in Islamabad, our members have committed that they will contribute, because ACC core value is to deliver a public value in society and economy we are working in. And they committed that they will contribute towards 7% GDP growth. They will contribute in bringing the ease of doing business index down to less than 50. So we are going to be ranked among top 50. And they committed that for the Global Competitiveness Index, Pakistan has to be in top 50, and the timelines they committed are the next 5 years. They have reviewed the 11 component on ease of doing business and the 12 pillar for the Global Competitiveness Index, and we feel and they feel that there's a lot of area where the private sector can contribute. So we are not totally dependent on the government. There are a lot of initiatives which private sector can lead, and they are totally willing to contribute towards that. So this is one of a commitment on behalf of member we are making for an emerging Pakistan, that we will be contributing towards the 7% growth, top 50 ranking for ease of doing business and global competitiveness index. And that's a commitment from this PLC we are going to take forward. And the next year and every other event, we will be sharing the progress. We will be asking for your collaboration. We will be asking for your support. So this is around PLC 2018. Welcome to PLC 2018. Here we are going to make some policy choices. Here we are going to make some commitments. So we look forward for all that collaboration and deliberations which can lead us to that level where we can commit, execute, and emerge as emerging Pakistan. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Sajid. And while we're talking so much about what the ACCA membership journey is, and we're telling you about the 200,000 members that become a part of this ecosystem, there is a small video that we will now like to share and talk about. So if we can, I can prompt the team over there to play the video, please.
Exceptional man. Any guy in Battenberg Victoria became rich. What was an absolute legend?
Gentlemen, as the most enlightened, forward-thinking professional accountants of our generation, I want us to form a professional association that will be open to everyone.
You mean everyone?
Yes, everyone with ability, ambition, determination, and courage. Everyone, regardless of background.
Interesting. So how do we determine who becomes a member?
Examinations of the highest caliber, preparing our members for the demands they will face now and in the future.
Wisdom comes from experience, Arthur. If we want the best members, they'll need some years of that too.
Yes, examinations and experience. Our members will know what is right and fair.
It'll be hard work.
It'll take several years to become a member, but think of the caliber of all those that succeed. They will be outstanding. They will be a force for good.
You know that your everyone will have to include women.
But women aren't allowed to vote, Arthur.
Exactly why our association will be the first to welcome women members.
You'll need the examinations and the experience.
You think women incapable of these things, sir?
I believe you are more than capable, madam.
Women are capable of anything. Women will vote. Women will be pilots and prime ministers. We will lead countries, businesses, and organizations around the globe, including this association, where there will be as many women as men, probably more. Checkmate, Albert.
Goodness.
I take it that you will not be limiting your membership to our shores.
Think what advantages our diverse membership will bring. Wisdom drawn from multiple cultures, experience gained by employment in many varied industries, but all unified by a single recognizable qualification.
Global membership will mean global standards.
The same examinations for all. So how do we deliver them?
The railway network is expanding fast.
Unless you dig a tunnel to France, we'll also need ships.
Once the Wright brothers manage to stay up in the air, we can fly them.
We already send things through wires. Or there's the wireless.
That's how we'll deliver them. By thinking ahead and embracing technology, we can overcome all barriers.
Everything changes. There will be things in the future that we can't imagine.
Like more women in the profession than men?
Even the humble typewriter will evolve.
Our qualification will evolve too. It will always be relevant, so our members stay ahead throughout their careers.
Ladies, gentlemen, my fellow members, Some of you might say that numbers make the world go round. I don't know about that, but I believe there is strength in numbers. Our first 100 years saw us grow to 100,000 members. Just 13 years later, in October 2017, we became a global family of 200,000. 200,000 equally qualified professionals, equally equipped, equal in knowledge, equal in wisdom, able to act in the public interest by upholding the very highest ethical and professional standards. To mark this historic milestone, a vast wall containing all 200,000 names has been constructed, and I invite you to celebrate with us by finding your names amongst those of your fellow members. Every single one of you has played your part in this great story, and I am so proud to stand with you now and to have played my part too. I wish you good health and great success on your continued journey.
So this was the story behind the 200,000 members. And it speaks about inclusion. And when we talk about that, just yesterday when we were at the Pakistan Leadership Conversation, there was one talk around how 60% of the jobs that we have today, in the next 10 years, they are going to be redundant. So we need to start thinking about what actually we are doing in forming a collective vision and how can we take that forward, where can we see the opportunity coming forward. Since we are talking about our perspectives on emerging Pakistan, it gives me extreme honor to invite our next speaker on the stage. He is Mr. Sajjad Sayed, CEO of Excellence Delivered, and he'll be sharing his journey and how he fits into the ecosystem. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Sayed.
Assalamu alaikum ji. My name is Sajjad Sayed. I work for a company which I call is one of the best kept secrets. We don't do a lot of work in branding. The name of my company is Excellence Delivered. We are an ERP player, one of the largest ERP and systems integrators in the country. Very proud and honored to be here. We've partnered with ACCA for a good 2.5 years. We do almost all of their trainings. Yahan pe aake I was extremely happy, and you'll understand why as I go along, by this Ministry of Commerce initiative called Emerging Pakistan. I slightly differ in a certain area. I think it is inevitable for us to emerge. We have been emerging, it depends, it's a relative term, emerging. If you look at us as a country, I always say that we are one of the bravest people on earth. Over the last 15 years, since 9/11, what we have endured as businesses, what we have endured as people is unimaginable. Aap US mein chale jaएं, they had power breakages for a couple of days and there are riots. We endure 8 hours every day. Still, we survive, we thrive, and we grow. Why? Because we are a tenacious bunch. At the definition of emergence right now, we are in the middle of the world. We are the center of the world right now. The rest of the world is thinking about being great again, which means they are not great anymore. That's yehi hai na, Trump ka logo. America, let's be great again, right? Make America great again. We are not saying this. We are saying we are emerging. And I slightly differ. I think we are already there. Now, what we as business people have to think about is what is our role in the new emerging Pakistan? How can we contribute to it? And how do we change ourselves to further enhance our acceleration of growth? Or uske liye, I think we need to change a few things. We need to look at the world differently. We have to look at the few things differently. As a country, as an economy, as a people. Just to tell you a little bit of story about ourselves. 2010, I started Excellence Delivered with $2,500, जो 2.5 लाख रुपए के करीब बनते थे उस वक्त. It was started out of one room on a single sofa. 4 माह में जब हम बड़े हो गए, तो we moved from my drawing room to our dining room, which had 5 chairs or 6 chairs, and that's where we were. Another 6 months later, We went to another slightly larger office because my wife said that, look, we can't keep on feeding you coffee all day. I'm a habitual coffee drinker. So we moved to a slightly bigger place. Today, we are in 4 countries. Today, at every point in time that you touch around, we train about 200 people, which are input to our country. We compete with Tatas and Wipros day in and day out. In the last 8 things where we competed with Tatas and Wipro, we won all 8. We are a platinum partner of SAP, the first Pakistani company that achieved that. Or easily, I think we got together famously with ACCA because of their thing called Think Ahead. And we as a company, I think any strength that we had was our 4 core values, which aligned perfectly. और आज सुबह मैं देख रहा था कि जो next jobs या skills required हैं, we aligned perfectly with them. Our first core value was unflinching integrity. We said कि हमने कोई गलत काम नहीं करना. We will lose business if we have to. We will not cut corners. And that worked wonderfully for us. We had problems with the tax department. I'm sorry if there's anybody from tax there. We had problems with the tax. We had problems with customs. We paid demurrage. We paid whatever we had to. We took it on the chin. We took the difficult way forward. But eventually we thrived. और अब हमें कोई तंग नहीं करता. 6 years down the road उन्हें पता है कि इस घड़े में कुछ नहीं होना. Let's beat them on the chin. करते रहे 4-5 साल हमने we took it on the chin, but we survived. And now life is so much easier and smoother. The next was passion. Passion drives your innovation. Today, the companies have to be innovative in every line of business that we are. As the world is getting flatter and flatter by the day, इस वक्त जो historical हमारे competitive differences थे, historical हमारी competition क्या थे? Historical, if you look at our base industry, what were we selling? I always say we were selling poverty. We were selling low production costs, right? Over time, we realized that with Bangladesh coming in, Sri Lanka coming in, China coming in, our production costs, our low labor costs are no longer a differentiator. Now we have to be aggressive and think ahead and invest in technology and see where we have to take our economy. And that is where innovation would come in. Be it textiles, be it IT, be it general manufacturing, automotive, innovation would lead the way. And not just innovation in product, innovation in processes, innovation in the way we do business every day. The next element that comes out that we have to worry about is, as a country, where do we invest our resources? We have to come back and think as a society. मैं हर एक को ये कहता हूँ कि historically we've been subsidizing the kind of industries जहाँ पे हम लोग low labor cost या low skilled labor बेचते रहे थे. The game has changed. One person in a textile industry, on average, gives you an export of about $2,500. The same enabled accountant gives you an export value of about $25,000. That's the difference. We recently formed a company जहाँ पे हम accounting outsource कर रहे हैं from various companies across the world. And our first customer, and I was talking to Sajid this morning, that we are very happy to get our first invoice cleared yesterday for that accounting company. About Al Zamil Group, ka shayad, most of you have heard, is one of the larger Saudi groups. They've outsourced most of their accounting back to us. So we have a series of accountants sitting in Pakistan, working on their systems seamlessly through technology, and now their in-house accounting is outsourced out to us. Imagine the potential there, and why were we able to do it? Imagine the potential here. We have a youth bulge. They have a problem. We have a youth bulge. We have organizations like ACCA, which are globally recognized certifications. If I go there and say I have 30, 40, 50, 100 ACCAs, they know what I'm talking about. For them to hire the same person is an incredibly high cost. I have these people. I train 200 of them on SAP and Oracle every month. I have 200 people coming out every month. So we have an unlimited supply, and that is our differentiator that we need to create and we need to sell. So historically, again, as a society, we've been subsidizing on agro-based industries like textiles and others. And you turn around and take a step back and see what do we do over there. We subsidize water. We don't tax the farmer. We then have a fertilizer based on gas, which we have started importing now. You subsidize that. Then you go ahead and you subsidize. Then you go ahead and you subsidize on the exports, right? And then we cannot get the prices because everybody else is doing this. Look at it from an outsourcing industry, which is just as labor intensive, if we can grow it large enough. और अगर हम उधर सब्सिडीज दें तो ना हमें लेबर चाहिए, ना बिजली चाहिए, ना गैस चाहिए, ना फर्टिलाइजर चाहिए, ना पानी चाहिए, हमें सिर्फ टैलेंटेड यूथ चाहिए. And that is where we come in. Our journey as a company started from a very small, humble company. Today, we are investing in Australia. We recently bought a company in Australia. We have set up a company in US. We are now looking to set up in Canada. We have offices all across Pakistan. And all of this is based on a few things that we've always done. Never fear the future. As businessmen, हम लोगों को बहुत, मैं ये देखता हूँ कि as our businesses grow, we are slightly risk averse. We need to be a lot more aggressive. The absolute world is our oyster. And right now, as emerging companies, as a company which is as emerging Pakistan, we are all emerging companies as well. The world is our oyster. CPEC gives us a tremendous opportunity to grow. I was sitting with a couple of other, some of my customers, one of the largest textile owners, and they were quite concerned about Chinese coming in and taking over our companies, or taking over, with CPEC, hamari sari production udhar chali jayegi, economies of scale and this and that. And I turned around and asked her, why don't you go and open in China? And they looked at, how can we do that? I said, we are opening up an office in China. Why not? If they can come, open our office over here and sell this, if Huawei can come and sell in Pakistan, why can't I open in Beijing and sell there? Clear to question? और ये चीज मैंने बशीर दाऊद साहब से सीखी थी जब वो कह रहे थे कि again I learned a lot from a lot of these people who sort of are thought leaders, much bigger than any of us, than me as before. He said कि अगर सैमसंग वाले आके इधर बेच सकते हैं तो मैं क्यों नहीं जाके कोरिया में बेच सकता? Of course, we need to realign. Of course, there are things we need to do on our side. There's no doubt about it. But let's start working towards it. As a country, as a nation, अगर आप देखें जो हमने endure किया है, कौन सी इनके countries है जिन्होंने endure किया? Again, coming in the slightly jovial mode, Trump came in और 2 साल के अंदर अमेरिका को उसने ऊपर से नीचे कर दिया, right? We've had these leaders for so many years. We've been enduring people like him for many years. For us, it's nothing new. So if you, again, as a nation, we are extremely tenacious. As a nation, we need to be very proud of ourselves. We live in a very bad neighborhood. We live in a neighborhood which is hostile to us. We've had tremendous problems coming in. We've been in a state of war for the last almost our entire existence. We had political upheavals, yet not only did we survive, we grew. Now we have another God-given chance of leaping and achieving something that we as a country has not achieved, are realizing our full potential. And in order to do that, we need to be innovative, we need to invest in our own people, and we need to be aggressive. ये तीनों चीजें हमारे नेचर में हैं. All we need to do is now apply these at the global level. Again, thank you ACCA for giving me this opportunity. I'm very proud to be part of this initiative. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Sajasa. That really put things into perspective, and thank you for that very inspirational talk. I think that really puts into perspective for fresh starters who are just starting off with the entrepreneurial abilities. People like myself to actually see and learn from you, sir, and see that how can we become a part of this ecosystem, and how can we contribute in our little domains for an emerging Pakistan. And when we're talking about a collective vision, a collective viewpoint, it is never a feat which can be done alone. So I will very humbly like to thank all of our partners who have collaborated for the Pakistan leadership conversation. So all of these wonderful people who are our strategic partners, and all of the people, I'll very quickly like to mention this support because they have been instrumental in helping ACCA set up the entire conversation. We are supported by the Board of Investment, the Competition Commission Pakistan, ICMAP, Jama Punji, OICCI, the Pakistan Business Council, Pakistan Stock Exchange, PBIT, our knowledge partner, Nutshell Conferences, our strategic partners, and you'll be hearing more from them as well, at 18, Kansai Paint, and the Millennium University College. Ladies and gentlemen, give them a huge round of applause for supporting the agenda and becoming a part of us. Thank you. Our platinum partners, HESCOL, OGDCL, and SCANS, and a huge array of gold partners that you can see from this particular slide all over. I'd like to give them a huge round of applause for supporting the agenda. Thank you. I would now like to call upon, we heard from the CEO yesterday, I would like to call upon the head of corporate relations at 18, Mr. Abbas Bilgarami, who comes with over 20 years of corporate marketing and communications experience. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Abbas.
Assalamu alaikum, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much, ACCA, for providing us this opportunity to become a part of this discussion, this debate, and to be here at this forum where I can see probably the best minds and people representing ACCA, and people who are basically they're probably going to be the driving force to this journey that started already, as Mr. Sajjad has mentioned. I believe the most important part of all this is probably this word that I've seen from a long time, saying "think ahead." It's not that we have reached here, but the journey is a little different and difficult as well, as already mentioned earlier. I am here representing Mr. Tariq Hamidi, who's the CEO of 18. I'll probably take you through this video that's going to talk about, or I'll show you what 18 is all about. Before that, I just like to connect the project with this topic as well. The thing is that Pakistan is undergoing this economic transformation that's been placing us among the emerging players in the market, and this is why we see a lot of foreign investors now looking at Pakistan. That includes us as well. We are basically a partnership between Aura Developer, CEF Group, and Kohistan Group, who are bringing this project that's a development of around $2 billion altogether. This is our first project in Pakistan, but we are also planning to have few more in other cities in Pakistan, including Karachi and Lahore. Real estate development, from our point of view, is very important. Adding a lot of value to this country. Especially, it not only bring you a place to live, but it also brings a lot of openings for other, sectors like steel, cement, paints, and it also creates a lot of job opportunities as well. So we are also bringing, these opportunities to this country, along with a promise and a new direction for our what we can say partner real estate organizations to probably follow and get inspired to give Pakistan a new way of living. Ladies and gentlemen, we are here to endorse emerging Pakistan as being, a sign, a clear sign that the world has started looking at Pakistan, and not just that, but they are also thinking that once this whole thing is going to emerge, people would like to live the way the world is living. So the 18 is all about giving a lifestyle destination to people of Pakistan, and I think this is a great opportunity for all of us to be a part of this era that's basically going to be the best eras of this country in the last 70 years. When I meet a lot of people from back 50s and 60s who always talk about the period that Pakistan has seen during those 10, 15 years. But I believe that the similar things are going to be experienced from now on, and Pakistan is going to be among all these countries which are now seen as the developed countries in the world, including Malaysia and Dubai. Interestingly, what we have seen in past few years that there's a lot of foreign investment coming in terms of in the housing sector, and we have seen a lot of mushroom projects mushrooming all over the country, including Karachi, Lahore, Islamabad, and Peshawar. And this is probably a great sign that shows that people probably
There we go. So it really comes out like this when let's just
Okay, let me just take you through. I think, yeah, it's not on the screen, but fine. So this is a project that's basically it's 2.6 million. I believe that yeah, I can still. Is this okay? I can speak. All right, great. So this is a project. This is 2.6 million square yards development with 2,000 units, just 10 minutes away from Islamabad Airport. We have this beautiful. We're planning to build this beautiful 7,200 yard championship. That will have a club, a square, the core, the clinics, the resort with the boutique hotel. And if I think if we can fix the multimedia, we can go through this beautiful weekend. Great, good. We have this stall at the opening of the hall there, and you can find a couple of guys helping you in understanding what this 18 is all about. But before I close, I would like to share my feeling that Pakistan will now see a new way of living through 18. And this is not just words, but this is a thing that we believe in. We are not here to give you just a piece of a house, a piece of place to live, but a proper lifestyle that's gonna give you a complete, way of living that includes, all the basic requirements and the things that Pakistan was, that Pakistan really deserves. We call this place 18. And this 18 is a place to relate, a place to reflect, and believe me, this is something that's gonna change the way of development in this country, because this is exactly what has been done all over the world, and the partners who are here with us are probably the partners who've been working throughout the world, providing the best construction masterpieces to places like Dubai, Jordan, Cyprus, and other places. So I hope that my presentation is still
Thank
there.
you.
No?
Thank you so much, Abbas. No, so give him a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. I actually want to recollect and say we're working towards that, but we'll play it in the networking lounge. Thank you so much, Abbas.
Thank you.
I would also like to reiterate that Tariq Hamdi, when he was saying he's an Egyptian, and he was saying that it was the first decision that he took, and when he was, it was put on his table that he wants to Pakistan at 18, he was up for it. But yesterday there was also a conversation where we had our minister Rana. Okay. Give me a huge round of applause, because I'm doing a lot of channeling a lot of opportunities. Where there comes a point when the government is talking about what challenges are there, I really see that as an opportunity. So right now here, if anybody is thinking about fixing the power sector of the country, we have an opportunity right there, and we would actually endorse any ideas that are coming up, and we can find a solution towards that. So thank you so much, sir. Because we suffered a little bit when we're slightly beyond time by 5 minutes, let me very quickly, ladies and gentlemen, call a true visionary who has been working at the State Bank of Pakistan, our honorable chief guest for today's session, Mr. Riazuddin. He has a humongous 20 plus years of exposure, and there's some fantastic initiatives that have under his umbrella at the SBP. His rich experience includes negotiations with the officials of various international and multilateral agencies, and there are multiple research initiatives to his credit, such as the financial sector assessment reports, the inflation monitor, the SBP research bulletin, and SBP working paper series. Sir, I would like to please request you to come up on the stage and grace the occasion. Thank you so much.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Mr. Sajid Aslam, Head of ACCA, distinguished members of the ACCA Pakistan, esteemed speakers, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamu alaikum and good morning. It is indeed a great pleasure for me to be here today to address Pakistan leadership conversation and talk about ethics, technology, disruption, connectivity, and emerging Pakistan. I must say that this theme covers a broad range of topics, primarily surrounding technologies which are being discussed by individuals, businesses, practitioners, and regulators globally. It is indeed a challenge for our country to emerge as a competitive and tech-enabled country without compromising on the ethical business practices. We are perhaps witnessing a huge technology-enabled transformation in our lives. This change is taking place at a very fast pace. Undoubtedly, the emergence of internet and internet-enabled technologies have been the catalyst for this change, with the free flow and exchange of information as the primary motive. Throughout human history, technology has proved to be a great enabler. Especially during the last 2 decades, traditional business models have been revamped to a great extent globally. The fields of entertainment, information, news, and education have changed with the advent of technologies, enabling the idea of content for everyone by everyone. Education, as we imagined a decade ago, has been revamped with massive open online courses. Today, everybody can be the producer and user of content in their area of interest. Let me talk about a few critical enabling factors in this regard. First is the rise of open platform, which allows anyone to buy, sell, and share in real time. An example of such platform is e-commerce marketplace. Second, hosting on the cloud enables quick deployment of complex systems using tools that are open source and easily available to anyone. Third is the rapid adoption of mobile devices, which we have seen in our own country, where everyone, regardless of their social or financial stature, owns a mobile phone. Fourth is advancements in big data analytics and artificial intelligence, which is enabling real-time pattern identification from extremely large data sets being generated by the mobile devices. Fifth, the Internet of Things is another huge advancement in financial services, which facilitates network of connected devices through the Internet. Also, the advancement in blockchain technology could prove to be transformational for services industry as a whole. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure that all of us here will agree that one sector that has been massively impacted by technology is financial and payment sector. Within the financial landscape, things look very different compared to just a few years ago. Excuse me. I think the financial services industry, especially banking and payments, is at a critical crossroad where customers of today are more aware and have high expectations with regard to services. Non-banks are increasingly foraying into the domain of conventional banks. Fintechs, who are usually small startups, are using technology to challenge banks and other financial industry stakeholders in providing innovative financial services. While on one hand, the technology presents opportunities, on the other hand, it also presents huge challenges to the financial services providers. Customers can now easily switch service providers if they are provided with low quality service. If you do not have a 24/7 innovative, interactive interface, your chances of retaining a customer drop significantly. Technology also presents some very unconventional challenges that pertain to electronic identification, data privacy, and cybersecurity. The more financial systems depend on electronic platforms and digital records, the more susceptible they are to cyber attacks, which can disrupt digital services across the economy. While the technology presents unprecedented opportunities, we must not forget that these technologies could also have unintended consequences and ethical issues. Following are some of the challenging ethical issues that I would like to talk about. First is the privacy of customer data. underbanked and unbanked population. Therefore, digitization of banking and payments presents a huge potential for all of us here. Let me share that as a regulator, we have not only taken measures to reap the benefits of technology, but also to ensure the safety of system and trust of customers. To keep pace with technological transformation and mitigate the associated risks, SBP has issued various guidelines encompassing frameworks for enterprise technology governance and risk management, payment systems designation, security of internet banking, prevention against cyber attack, and risk management in outsourcing arrangements by financial institutions. I am happy to share that development of modern and robust payment systems and expanding financial inclusion in the country are two of the key strategic objectives of SBP's Vision 2020. To achieve these objectives, SBP has already initiated a number of priority policy interventions with a focus on the growth of digital payments channels in the country as well as customer protection. Due to favorable policies, alternate delivery channels like ATM, point of sale, e-banking, and mobile banking have emerged as supporting pillars of SBP's vision for digitizing payments in the country. Ladies and gentlemen, SBP is mindful that paradigm shift in technology landscape is widening the gap between customers' expectations of new technologies and our current system capabilities. To support non-banks and fintechs, SBP has taken up the role of a facilitator and a catalyst. We as a central bank support innovation and innovative ideas. SBP is also facilitating the entrance of non-banks, particularly in payments arena, and has issued rules of payment systems operators and service providers. We have seen encouraging response to these regulations, and now a variety of non-bank digitally enabled businesses have entered or are preparing to enter the Pakistani market with innovative and customer-centric products. SBP also engages with fintechs in the country on regular basis to understand their business models and facilitate them if required. Ladies and gentlemen, to summarize, it is a fact that digital transformation is not only about technology. Most importantly, it is about establishing trust and ensuring transparency while dealing with your customers. I urge financial institutions in Pakistan to rethink and reinvent business models and provide strong product offerings by not only embracing technology but also ensuring customer and trust-centric approach. The businesses that believe in fairness, have strong values, and are able to adapt fastest to this change will emerge as the most relevant and competitive. In this way, they will not only reap the rewards in future, but also help Pakistan emerge with a digitally connected, efficient, and ethical financial payment system. Thank you all for your attention.
Thank you so much, Riaz Saab. Thank you so much for that enlightening discussion, sir. We would quickly like to present you a memento, a token of thanks. If you could please come up in the center of the stage. I'd like to request Sajid Aslam, the head of ACCA Pakistan, and Asad Hamid, the head of markets for ACCA Pakistan. If you could please give Riaz Saab a huge round of applause with the tremendous amount of work that SBP is doing for the emerging. Gentlemen, the chief guest for the Pakistan Leadership Conversation, Mr. Riazuddin, Deputy Governor, State Bank of Pakistan. Thank you, sir, so much. We will now like to begin with the first panel discussion for today. The topic that we had set for today is embracing digital age, financial inclusion, and ethics, and how do we respond to these challenges. Sajid, in his morning address, spoke about professional insights and how ACCA is leading the agenda by doing these research and insight sessions. For those of you who are linked up with ACCA. So on our website, this is an access all opportunity of over 140 research reports that ACCA conducts throughout the year, which are based on various different topics. And it really actually, is a very good learning experience for you guys. What we are looking around, if you look around at the branding of the hall, so you'll see that we've included some of the snippets of the recent research reports that we have conducted, as well as in your dockets that are on the table, there is a one-pager, 5-minute summary if you want to take a quick overview of what all of the research that we have done in the very recent past. So, commencing the first panel discussion, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to request our keynote speaker and our guest of honor, Mr. Naseem Beg, the director at Arif Habib Group. With over 40 years of experience in the business world, including industry and the financial services, inside and outside of Pakistan, Mr. Beg is one of the most highly respected professionals of the countries, ladies and gentlemen. We're extremely honored, sir, to hear your insights about emerging Pakistan. I'd like to request Mr. Naseem Beg on the stage. It's very early in the morning, and we could be generous with the applaud. Thank you so much.
Assalamu alaikum, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, ACCA, for inviting me to speak at this leadership convention on a topic that I've been given, which is essentially blending ethical practices into the futuristic and very rapidly changing landscape with the advent of digital technology. The report that's been mentioned, Ethics and Trust in the Digital Age, is based on extensive surveys, both of professional accountants as well as senior professionals of other specializations. It addresses 5 key aspects: the value system that professional accountant is wedded to, how the environment that we operate in impacts the ability to meet the rigors of that value system, the challenges of applying ethical values in this rapidly changing digital environment, the expectations of ethical values for the benefit of all, in other words, the broader public interest, and finally, the demand on the professional accountant to keep abreast with the rapidly developing sort of digital technologies. The Ethics Standard Board, while defining the ethics, covers integrity, objectivity, professional competence and due care, confidentiality, and professional behavior. But I prefer using a very brief definition by Helen Brand, the CEO of ACCA, which is simply doing the right thing. To me, this is the crux of being ethical. Now, while in Pakistan, we do face some challenges. The environment we operate in the society at large, with very weak sort of law enforcement and the fact of abiding by the law, the compulsion created by this weak rule of law, and the exploitation by some government functionaries, and that's been talked about earlier, and having to sort of work in that environment and, at times being pressured into doing things that you might not consider fully ethical. Some might sort of survive against that or despite that, but some succumb to that. Then the businesses we work in may have some ethical issues, and I'll talk more about that. So the question is, can we create islands of excellence in terms of following ethical practices? Something like people talk about the police patrol on the motorway, for example. Now, many of us who work in multinationals might feel that we are in a strict environment of compliance and ethics, and we can probably tick off every box, including no bribes, etc., etc. But those very multinationals may well be in areas where they practice transfer pricing, or perhaps they're pushing harmful products like tobacco, or let's say not fully recognized as harmful processed foods and sugary beverages, or simply promoting excessive consumerism. So it is a difficult environment. Then some of us who work in the sort of Sharia compliant financial services might feel satisfied that we are in the right ethical business. But then these businesses are continuously faced with certain problems. You're taking in money and you're trying to deploy it in a Sharia compliant manner, but you're not always able to do so. So you end up sitting on large chunks of money that are not properly invested. So should the ethics prevail and we continue taking in that money when we are not quite able to use it? Because hoarding that money in itself may or may not be Sharia compliant. So what I would say is that my own personal experience, these challenges are there, but it can be done. I'll give you an example. When I started off the asset management business for the group I work for about 18 years ago, the regulation was practically not there. And so we had self-imposed sort of code of ethics that we started applying and practices. Those actually went on to become the industry standard because the regulator decided to adopt those. So what I'm saying is you can start as an island, but actually it can become the mainland. So we have to continue sort of striving for all of that. And at the end of the day, you are looking at fulfilling your fiduciary responsibility. As long as it's helping you get there, that's what counts. The challenge sort of posed by technology in particular, and that's been talked about earlier, exposing our stakeholders' private data to billions using the internet, the cloud storage, the social media, the advent of artificial intelligence with its ability to manipulate that data and influence people. So the report has covered 6 sort of areas: cybersecurity, platform-based business models, big data analytics, distributed ledgers, artificial intelligence, and the important part of procurement of technology. These are sort of extremely tricky times and impact every profession, with the possibility of making some of our skills and training redundant. So coming back to ethics in relation to an accountant, if we cannot remain on top of the fast-moving disruptive technologies, we would not have the competence to discharge our fiduciary responsibilities. The solution lies not only in continuous professional education in these rapidly advancing areas, but equally to be in a position to use the services of specialists, which goes without saying that one must develop the knowledge to source the right specialists. If you look at our history, most IT departments evolved as an appendage to the accounting department. At that stage, the sole function was basically taking the drudgery out of accounting and ensuring accuracy. With the advent of remote access to computer systems and thereafter the internet as well as cloud computing, it started to develop into a specialist domain. However, with the increasing use of online transactions and with the use of social media by businesses to reach out to customers, as well as the use of robotics and increasing use of artificial intelligence, this is a domain of high specialization, and an accountant cannot be expected to have enough knowledge to run this as an appendage to his department. So this requires the accountant to be honest about the situation and not only have the pretense of knowing all, but also at the same time make sure that the aspects of technology that the accountant utilizes must have a good understanding, as they are custodians of that data in most cases. The next sort of area is the public interest aspect. There is some new regulatory environment where put certain businesses through the sheer nature and size of them in the domain of public interest. But as time goes on and the connectivity that is coming through and all of every business becomes a part of the whole, the public interest will sort of become every business. So no business can be treated as not being in the public interest. So what it means is that all the functionaries, including the accountant, will be ethically responsible for discharging that responsibility in the public interest. Then I come to financial inclusion. We are witnessing some of the game-changing sort of uses of technology, empowering the masses, which includes financial inclusion. There are two aspects. Firstly, the benefit of financial inclusion for the masses. There was a time when the masses were totally dependent on earning a wage of sorts, but they can now become entrepreneurs by having access to finance. However, that then sort of exposes them to the abuse of this capacity as well. So we need to be mindful. And then there is the advent of things like crowdfunding, which empowers small savers to invest directly into businesses, projects, etc. But then this needs even greater care, as the ability to create false illusions is very strong, and small savers can be duped by con artists, and we hear of these stories all the time. We have to remember that inclusion will bring in the most vulnerable members of society. So that is the clear responsibility that the accountant may, although you may not be directly responsible, but you need to be mindful of it. I would hope that the panel would sort of discuss further on this issue, and thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Naseem Saab. I think this sets the right premise for the panel discussion that we are going to commence off with. I would like to encourage all the attendees who are attending us online and you who are in the room to have your set of questions ready for the discussion and the dialogue that we are going to have. The head of Member Affairs, Haroon Jan, who you see sitting right at the back, is moderating the live webinar as well. So if you have any questions for the online attendees, if they have any questions, please feel free to ask. I would now like to call the ABLE panel on the stage. So I'll start off with our moderator for the first panel discussion, Mr. Khurram Shahid, Portfolio Manager, Acumen Fund. Khurram is currently working as portfolio manager for Acumen Fund, and he's responsible for ensuring success, development, and impact of Acumen's portfolio in Pakistan, in addition to raising new funds for investment in social ventures. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Khurram. I would like to call our first panelist on the stage, Mr. Zishan Shahid, partner Deloitte Yusuf Adil Chartered Accountants. Zishan is an executive director with 14 years experience in advisory and consulting with Deloitte Pakistan. Welcome, Zishan. Dr. Inayat Hussain, executive director, State Bank of Pakistan. Inayat Hussain is serving as the executive director of the banking supervision in the State Bank of Pakistan, and he's responsible for financial stability, supervision of financial institutions, enforcement function, and banking conduct. Muzammil Aslam, the CEO of EFG Hermes Pakistan Limited. Muzammil has over 10 years of experience in the fields of economic research, business development, and financial capital markets. Good to have you, Muzammil. Our next panelist is Mr. Shehzad Chamdia, the Director, Pakistan Stock Exchange. He is a fellow member of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Pakistan and a renowned educationist. And he has served the Pakistan Stock Exchange since 1992 in various capacities, being on the board of member for a number of terms. Welcome, Mr. Chamdia. And to complete the panel for the first panel discussion, I would like to request Mr. Sheikh Salman, partner, Ernst & Young, Ford Road, Siddharth Heather. Salman is every accountant's dream right there because he's a member of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of England and Wales, the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Pakistan, and the Association of Certified Chartered Accountants. He has 15 years of experience in the assurance service in the Pakistan and the Middle East. Over to you, Khurram.
Thank you very much. If you guys can hear me properly. Perfect. So I believe we're running a kind of a tight timeline. So in that interest, I would like to straight move to the panel discussion and I would like to seek a specific perspective from all our esteemed panel members. So we've seen access to capital is really critical for all the new and existing businesses. So what is so distinctly different for new businesses is that that all the financial ask is not for acquiring conventional assets like land, building, but it is kind of building technological empire. So with so much intangibility in the business model, so the sponsors profile, the management profile, the ethical behavior kind of becomes really compound. So on that note, I would like to move and move forward and initiate my discussion. So my first question to Inayat Saab, he belongs to the State Bank. So I would like to begin by asking you, since you're representing the Apex Authority, that how does the State Bank actually view these new business models which are kind of hinging themselves on technological platforms, and how is State Bank is actually enabling them in terms of accessing credit? Accessing credit.
Okay. Well, as far as the innovation and new technologies are concerned, as in fact the Deputy Governor of State Bank of Pakistan just spoke, that we will like to encourage them as much as we can, and we are taking in fact all the steps that are in our power to make sure that they have access to the resources. Now, access to the capital, in fact, one of the major challenge not only in Pakistan but in all the other countries as well. Access to capital can be divided into two parts. One is the equity, and the second is the credit. In terms of equity, of course, it is either the capital market or the private investors. Unfortunately, in Pakistan, our assessment is that the venture capital or other forms of sources of equity that are available in developed economies are not so prevalent in our jurisdictions. It could be because of asymmetry of information, lack of transparency, or number of host of other factors. In terms of credit, for last few years, we have seen that the financial institutions in Pakistan, they are generally reluctant to extend credit to the new entrepreneurs. Most of the time, They are focusing on the established firms or the businesses in Pakistan. But over the years, we have seen that it is changing, especially because of last few years, the interest rate in or the interest rate structure in Pakistan has been quite low, and the pricing of credit to the established firms is very fine. In fact, some of the firms are borrowing from the financial institutions at a cheaper rate than KIBOR. I mean, the rate at which the banks lend to each other, these firms are able to borrow from financial institution at KIBOR minus. And as a result, we have seen now that the banks, for at least last about 1 year, they have started taking steps to lend to new firms, to lend to SMEs, to lend to agriculture. SME, agriculture, and housing finance are priority sector for Pakistan, and we have launched number of schemes. But as far as the new technology firms, the fintechs, there are few banks that are like more forthcoming. Some of them have established separate centers or departments which are looking at these firms on a proactive basis, either to invest in these firms or to lend a supporting hand to these firms or collaborate with these firms. Uh, but this is the area, frankly speaking, where we will like financial institutions to become more active. Unfortunately, the problem is that uh, the role of the central bank is a bit limited in this area. We can encourage banks and financial institutions to become more open, but as such, we cannot compel them. The role that we can play more proactively is to open the field of operations for these new tech firms. So the most important area that we have opened up for them is the payment system by the issuance of licenses for payment system operators and payment system providers. The capital requirement for these PSOs and PSPs is much lower, and we are also actively working on to further enlarge their scope of operations. State Bank of Pakistan is also investing very substantially to upgrade the infrastructure for payment system in Pakistan. We have recently upgraded our real-time gross settlement system, and we, in collaboration with World Bank, are in the process of establishing what we call ATS that would enhance the capacity of system that is installed in State Bank of Pakistan for payment very substantially. In addition to that, we are working on a micro payment gateway that would basically facilitate the routing of transactions through this gateway, and all the financial institutions will be linked. And we understand that once this infrastructure is in place, that would provide a lot of opportunities to these tech firms to basically to come up with different sort of applications and link up and hook with these systems directly.
Thank you very much, Anand Saab, for this insightful answer. So my next question to Shahzad Saab is, with Pakistan being cited as perhaps the leading destination for investment, so how do you see in that context, how do you see a business landscape shaping up for new, existing and the new businesses?
Thank you very much. I would like to first comment on what just Nayat said. To me, the simple answer to the first question is that no, there is no access to capital for the new startups or the new ideas. It is very difficult in Pakistan for anyone to come up with an idea and have access to the capital. What is actually happening these days is that I've come across a venture which, as Nayat said, that it's like tech ventures. No, these are not tech ventures. These are all traditional businesses now being digitized or going or reforming into a different kind of customer service. For example, Uber and Kareem, you're just saying, I just came across somebody who was developing a Go Rickshaw product, It was very difficult for them to get credit from any bank or from any private equity for that matter. So it's like if I am venturing into any business of this sort, I'll probably contact Muzammil, or somebody will connect me to Muzammil, where AG Hermes would actually finance me. So this is a crude structure we have at the moment in this country, where banks or the formal sectors are not recognizing the ideas, being created by the new entrepreneurs. And this is the area where we have to actually focus on, whether it is State Bank or maybe someone else, some other institution which can develop this idea. And if there are people who are willing to finance or willing, and there are people who are doing it actually. So the business is happening. And why it is happening this way is because we are in an era of individualism today. So this has never happened in the history of humankind before. So we have to realize as a country that it is not only now the technology revolution we are in. Technology revolution is long gone. It probably started with the advent of the first fax machine. We are into a digital revolution now. So we have to segregate the technology revolution with the digital revolution. And this digital revolution is mind-blowing. In Mr. Riaz's speech, I heard about the discussion about which is going on in the last week with Facebook data leakage. And the data leakage at the Facebook, if you had seen the channels, the foreign channels in the last 1 week, what you're discussing about is the data being used for informing or misinforming the voters. And probably it was used for election campaign, for the Trump's election campaign. Now the same data can be used for selling a product, then it's okay. But it cannot be used for influencing any voter for an election campaign. So I foresee there is going to be a huge plethora of regulations coming, going forward. We will see in the next few years, all focusing on data. We have faced a similar situation in the stock exchange too. And the solution we have found out was, as somebody said, patrolling police on the highway. But that's not the only, that's not a long-term solution. The long-term solution is to probably change the entire software or going into a different database where we give the data integrity and cybersecurity can be ensured. So in Pakistan, if we have to grow, yes, it is emerging. There's no doubt it's not emerging. I've been always a big fan of Pakistan's economy and its progress. For the last 15 years, I've been saying that Pakistan's economy is growing, and it has been growing. It is now growing at a very good pace. It's probably we'll see 6% plus next year. So there is a room for the new investment, and it is happening. But the people at the helm should think about providing the finance and connecting capital with the ideas and the new entrepreneurs.
Thank you very much, Shahzad Saab. My next question to Muzammil Saab is that with China-Pakistan economic corridor becoming part of an integral theme of the investing landscape, and Pakistan obviously aims to leverage that in terms of obviously accelerating its growth process. So how do you see CPEC or perhaps technology-based businesses kind of using it as how they would want to actually use it for sourcing capital?
Actually, the best thing happened to Pakistan, I think, in the past 70 years is now CPEC. To me, this is the first time what we have seen is somebody is accommodating Pakistan through investments and through the transfer of technology. In the past, we had episodes with USA, with Europe. They used to lend us a little bit. They never, help us to develop. But in the past couple of years, since this One Belt, One Road initiative have started, we are witnessing a number of problems are solving in a very quick manner. For example, this electricity issue. now Pakistan is almost, I would not say load shedding free, but our industry is almost load shedding free. And this was the major stumbling block for our growth. But the problem was, again, we have not used the technology, and we have not used other variables to estimate how to pace this CPEC. Uh, as I said, this CPEC is the best thing happened to Pakistan, but at the same time, this is actually creating some issues for Pakistan at the macro level as well. For instance, day before yesterday, we saw the episode of 5% devaluation, which was long due for Pakistan, and everybody was talking about it. Government, when they took over, into 2013, their first issue is to deal with the infrastructure issue, and luckily they got these Chinese partners. So they have not, they estimated, what they need in terms of power, infrastructure, but they have not estimated their financial strength. And everything started on the same day. And as a result of it, now our exchange reserves are draining. Uh, we are not sure how to cap our imports. People were talking yesterday or day before yesterday, with this devaluation, maybe imports will taper off and Pakistan external account balance will be revived and exports will be much more competitive. So my answer to all those people is your exports can only be competitive once you have surplus, export surplus, and for this export surplus you need to have productivity growth, and for that productivity growth you need to have all the resources intact. And for the import taper off, how can you taper off import when Chinese are on the middle of their project expansion and everything? So this devaluation might not be the answer for the Pakistan economic woes, but I have a strong belief that with this CPEC things, we are all set to emerge. I would say we can be much more stronger economy in the days to in the years to follow. And overall, I would say, in the earlier session, we've talked about, especially the first keynote speaker, he was talking about, we are preparing ACCAs and accountants, and we can provide now the lot of 1,000 people and 2,000 people to overseas. I think Pakistan, the way we are growing, we need these resources internally than for external use. And the same thing, for example, the shirt I'm wearing at the moment, this shirt is being made in Pakistan, but I bought from US. And we sold it for $2 and I bought it for $100 from them. So the focus should be more inward rather than outward. And we should focus more on the supply chain towards Pakistan, and we export the end product rather than the beginning level. And lastly, I just like to comment very briefly, because the topic of this panel is, I think the world is integrating, and with this world is integrating, ethics is very important, and this ethics actually will lead to the business continuation. Recently, we had some episodes, one from the capital market, the data leakage from the capital market. Few powerful people, they have data at the end of the day, who does what during the day. And sometimes people have this information during the day as well. So we need, with this technology advancement, we need to focus more on the leakage, the real-time leakage. And the other thing, Dr. Saab is sitting next to me. They had a very tough time when we saw a very painful Habib Bank issue emerge. We had to pay $250 million. And similarly, UBL, they have kind of hinted, the similar kind of situation. So we need to focus more on the compliance side. And until and unless we don't work on the compliance side, and this platform, ACCA, I think uh, they can be the engine or the factory to produce more compliance and the quality people who can work to save and protect Pakistan, not from the image point of view, as well as for the business continuation point of view. So business continuation is very important. Today, Habib Bank, they have shut their business in the US. This is such a pity thing. They have invested in the last 70 years for this thing, and now overnight they have closed this. So for that matter, we need to much more focus on the compliance and risk to ensure the business continuation, and this will lead towards this backdrop theme emerging Pakistan, I think.
Thank you, Muzammil. So my next question is to Salman. So Salman, we've seen with growth, we've seen a lot of risk emanating, and as somebody who's obviously representing a global audit firm, so how as an audit firm, how are you geared in terms of obviously dealing with all these business risks which are emanating, and especially when you talk about in the context of most of these business models are based on technology now.
As Shahzad have already said that we have already passed the technological revolution phase. This is very true because that has been done over past couple of decades or so, and now in the last 3 to 5 years, we have been focusing more on the digital revolution. So most of our clients globally, locally as well, the focus is mainly on how the data is prepared, how the data is protected and shared with the stakeholders. And we as an auditors always have to place reliance on what the data has been shared with us. Now, our responsibility obviously increases by the day because we are placing reliance on most of the system generated digital reports and technological data which is shared with us. So we have our own experts, which we have invested a lot in last decade or so, who are working on how the data is protected, how the data is prepared and analyzed. So data analytics is something which we are focusing a lot, and one of the topmost agenda of the global organizations, audit professions these days. And we are investing a lot on those particular areas. Obviously, when we talk about digital revolution or the technological revolution, there are benefits, there are threats as well. I was just reading an article, and it was stated that by 2050, probably 1 billion or more jobs will be redundant. But at the same time, the robotics which are working like 24 hours a day, 365 days a year, the cost has been saved a lot. So the clients, our clients, the global clients are placing a lot of reliance on the robotics and data analytics, and we are investing because we have to be at the par with them. We can't go back and do the traditional audit and risk analysis and everything. So our focus is a lot on the on the data analytics and the analyzers these days. And we have invested a lot just to be at the par with our clients.
Great, thank you, Salman. So my next question is to Zishan. So with technology becoming a kind of a mainstream religion for all these tech businesses, so how as somebody who is very close to forensic and IT, how do you think are these businesses ready and geared towards dealing with all these risks which are coming obviously emanating because of these changes?
Thank you. First of all, thank you ACCA for taking the theme of emerging Pakistan, and that sort of gives a very strong message that the government of Pakistan is not alone in propagating that message. As a citizen of Pakistan, I feel compelled that that message should be acknowledged. Regarding your question, the threats that are out there for the Pakistani corporate sector, and each corporate segment of the corporate sector has different types of threats. Financial sector traditionally has access to very good talent, and as such they have been ahead of the curve of responding to the threats, not at the best of the line, but still they had access to good technology professionals. They have over time, all major banks have invested into good systems, implementing good controls. They had advisors to advise them who carried out the systemic reviews. And so the financial sector as such, the bank side has been very good at responding to that. But the future of finance is more into the fintech side and the microfinance side. I won't be that optimistic about that side of the capital because, we are very enthusiastic about branchless banking and as such, but practically speaking, if you go to a grocery store to utilize the services of that branchless banking, it usually works very informally, and that grocery store owner is probably not taking your CNIC copy, marking it stamped that okay, I've originally seen the original, and sending it to the headquarter of the whoever the branchless banking provider is. So I'm not very optimistic about that side, and there the regulation, the risks that are there to exploit that model, they are very much real. Coming to the non-financial sector in Pakistan, the MNCs have a blessing of trickle-down effect of the global knowledge base. So they are geared to responding to phishing attacks, smishing attacks. They have knowledge base which is transferred from their head offices. They deliver it over here. Their employees are aware of that. But the vast majority, which you call the SME sector, that is probably not geared enough to responding to any sort of threat, be it cybersecurity. We have seen examples where it's a big company, but it's an SME sector, and they faced a hacking attack because of the social media preferences of their employees. They were using unlicensed software, and their all systems were exposed. And based on their social media usage, they suffered an incident which was probably detrimental to their major customer. So this sort of thing, a lot of culture development is needed in the non-financial corporate sector, especially in the SME sector, because we are living in a corporate environment where probably the licensed software usage is still a concept you have to introduce people to. And people don't realize that if you're not using licensed software, if you're not using proper security procedure, this is not a waste of money of investing in a firewall. And most of the small business owners think that way. But if you're not doing that, you are exposed to a lot of threats that are out there. I'll give you just one potential threat that is out there. If an unprotected computer can be used as a botnet for DDoS attacks that are carried out all over the globes, an unprotected computer can be used. I'm sorry. I didn't realize that my voice was not clear. So an unprotected computer can be a mining node unaware, with the owner being unaware. So how many computers that are out there in Pakistan are silently mining cryptocurrency for somebody sitting in in a Western country or in Belgium or in Germany or in France and unaware of their computing power being utilized? On a macroeconomic scale, I believe with the lot of computers connected to the internet, that is possibly a drain to the national bandwidth as well, and obviously the national exchequer loss. So some of the risks that are out there are we are not geared enough to respond to. Other than that, the control side, I believe State Bank as a regulator has been very proactive in responding to the threats that are addressed by the control, and they have been at the forefront. Although there comes a limit where State Bank can intervene, and there's a lot of advocating and advocacy and educating the users of those services is needed. But other regulators also have to gear up in responding to those threats. For example, a leaflet in an ATM house, raising awareness in English and Urdu about Ponzi schemes may not be doing a very good job with the level of illiteracy that is out there. So, just to sum it up, responding to risk, we have a long journey to go as a corporate sector and as a professional services sector.
Thank you very much, Sean. That's very insightful.
Can I say something? Because
Please.
Muzammal talked about compliance in financial institutions and episode of a big bank limited penalty of 225 million by US regulators, and then the scope of branchless banking was just mentioned. So in terms of compliance, if you look at our regulatory framework, I would say that it is in fact one of the stringent system in the world. And it is not because we will like it to be the strongest and most severe system in the world. It is because we have to, because of unfortunately, the placement of Pakistan in the global world, because we are under the microscope of all the international standard setting bodies like FATF, Asia Pacific Group on Anti-Money Laundering, and because of political reasons. So as far as I said, that the regulatory framework is concerned, it is one of the strongest in the world. The compliance cost in the financial institutions globally are very high, but in Pakistan, they are skyrocketing. So that in itself is of course is a problem for the shareholders of the financial institutions. In addition to the regulatory framework, the on-site inspection done by State Bank of Pakistan is done. I mean, the level of scrutiny that is done by State Bank of Pakistan on the financial institution is done by very few supervisors in the world. Most of the supervisors during the last decade, they had shifted actually from on-site supervision to off-site. While we have strengthened our off-site surveillance system, we have still a very robust system of on-site inspections. Now, as far as the HBL episode is concerned, generally in terms of home and host country supervisor, it is the responsibility of the host country supervisor where that particular financial institution is operating. But I'm sure that you have read the clarification given by AB Bank Limited and the rationale and reasons behind these penalties. So in terms of compliance, I would like to say that as far as compliance framework of Pakistan is concerned, and as far as compliance of financial institution in Pakistan is concerned, that is second to none. And we are very cognizant of the fact that there will be in fact uh, uh, we will be facing a what we call mutual evaluation by Asia Pacific Group on anti-money laundering. It was to be started in February. I think its first preliminary round has already been done, and we are waiting for the second round. In terms of branchless banking, we are not where we will like to be, and of course, we all always admit that. But at the same time, we have to see that what we have achieved. Branchless banking system in Pakistan has completely replaced the informal fund transfer within the country. Previously, if you wanted to transfer funds from Karachi to Peshawar, there were people sitting in Sadr or other parts of the country. No, it has completely been replaced by a formalized system. And there are reasonable checks and balances. Of course, it has to be risk-based. So the checks and balances that you would deploy for transfer of $1 million, you are not going to deploy it for a transaction of 1,000 or 5,000 rupees. And so that is what we have done.
I think no wonder why our central bank is cited as one of the best regulated entities. So absolutely. So coming back to you, Inayat Sab again. So access to international micro payments and collection, and perhaps even credit, where we've seen fundamental for most of the tech-based businesses. So how a state bank is actually enabling this kind of needs of the businesses?
Okay, so let's first clarify the technology or the digitization or data. So from generally, I mean, the people use these words interchangeably. So that's what I was doing when I was describing the scenario in Pakistan. So as I explained that from our perspective, the most important role these tech companies can play is in the area of payment system, and we have from our perspective putting in place an enabling framework where these companies will be able to play their due role. In terms of data, uh, there are a lot of initiatives being taken. Some of the financial institutions have started using what they call big data. So it is not only the data that they have in-house, they are also utilizing data by that they can obtain from the companies, from the entities like Facebook, Google, etc., etc. There are a number of companies, there are a number of firms in Pakistan that are basically have started experimenting it, and but this is an area as far as Pakistan is concerned, which is still evolving, and the role that State Bank of Pakistan can play is sort of a facilitator. So from our perspective, what we will like to be to remain linked with these new entities, try to understand that how these new entities are evolving, try to understand their needs, and to see that if we can do anything about it. So right now, what we are sort of thinking the most critical need is to link up these new startups with the regulated financial institutions, and we are thinking of a number of ways that we can use, either to perhaps establish a sort of incubator in State Bank of Pakistan, like many regulators, like Monetary Authority of Singapore, the uh, the Conduct Regulatory Authority in UK, and number of other regulators have done. So that could be uh, one option. The second could be to establish a platform like a forum that meets regularly, and it is attended by financial institutions as well as the representatives of these new startups. So there are a number of sort of initiatives that we are right now contemplating.
Okay, thank you very much, Nathan.
Yeah, I would just like to comment. When I said that there was the differentiation between tech and digital, what I meant actually was that you don't only have digital businesses today, you have digital customers. So that is the realization businesses are now having, that how to deal with digital customers. And your whole ethical thing is now revolving around the data, as we all talking about it, you know. So you need data. Could, if giving our example, using the investment data for analytical purposes, you know, could be ethical, but using the same data for influencing a business decision could be unethical. Similarly, it could apply in any business. Just we said, you know, we saw that this data used in Trump's election, which is now being discussed on Facebook data leakage. So if that data is used for selling a product, it could be okay, but if it's being used for something else, it's called misuse. So that's one. Now, what's happening in Pakistan is that most in the financial sector, we have not, even our banks have not reach to a stage where would actually provide comprehensive digital services to our digital customers. This is the area we should be focusing on. The other day, we were having a discussion in the central depository. We're having, as our board members, we have UBL and Faisal Bank there. And somebody just cropped up this question: can I pay my accounts, customer accounts, services bill from anywhere in the world in the depository? And the answer was no, you couldn't, because you did not have that that bank. The bank which you are a customer does not have CDC as a designated payee, just like you can pay your utility bill.
Yeah.
If you take it for one step further, I think the solution is to not only deal with the data in this form. I think the apps are the solution. Even the web portals, you know, the web-based businesses are going out of business. So today it's only the app businesses with applications are flourishing. So even if you see in the first world, they would not actually give you access or throw you letters on their emails. They would just give you an email. If a financial institution would just give you an email that there are certain changes in your account, and the customer is responsible to access the account, to log into the account and access the account and see for himself or herself that what's going on in the account. So that's kind of data security and integrity we are talking about in today's digital world.
So true, so true. I think no wonder why billions and billions of dollars are being spent by data aggregators and they would want to obviously decode data and understand more about customers. So my next question to you, Shahzad Sahib, is that with obviously increased interest of Chinese and they're mopping up assets in Pakistan, and we've also seen a recent acquisition of Pakistan Stock Exchange. So how do you see this as an opportunity for Pakistani businesses accessing Chinese capital? And if so, how? And if not, how can they enable, perhaps how can they access Chinese capital?
That's a very loaded question. I can go on and debate on this one for hours because I actually steered this transaction myself. It was a very proud moment for us that we were able to actually connect the two capital markets, Pakistan being a very small one with a huge second largest capital markets of China. There are three exchanges, Shenzhen, Shanghai, and CFEX, which is the Chinese Futures Exchange. They all are now our shareholders, along with HBL and Pak China Investment Company. When I see that transaction, at that moment in time was a big game changer. It was a paradigm shift for us. It was viewed by the world players as a surprise. They could not, many of them could not believe that this actually happened. Now, what actually it entails is that we are now connected with a $3.5 trillion market capitalization exchange, and that is, the 2.5 times probably of India's size is the Chinese capital markets. And yes, we are already, as we speak, we are working on attracting Chinese investment to Pakistan as far as capital markets is concerned. One of the asset management companies of China have already signed up with us for launching an ETF. Soon we'll be launching an exchange traded fund in Shanghai Stock Exchange. We'll be launching exchange traded funds here. We are also looking forward to have a roadshow in China for attracting their high net worth individuals as well as the mutual funds to invest in Pakistan capital markets. This is going to happen soon. By soon, I mean in the next 6 months to 2 years time frame. You will see the Chinese investment coming in. And this is now also part of CPEC. This transaction for the Chinese was not a financial transaction. It was part of the economic cooperation of China and Pakistan, as they put it. And the size, if you look at the size of the two capital markets, you can probably judge yourself that this wasn't any, their interest was not financial interest. But for us, it's a big jump, and we would like to exploit and capitalize it.
So looking forward to more good news from listed space ecosystem. Okay.
Yeah, we could also see some listings of the CPEC projects. We could see listings of the debt products and equity products both.
Yeah. Okay. Perfect. Perfect. My next question too is Muzammil Saab. So we've seen that the new world order is kind of shaping up with Ubers of the world, Kareems of the world, Airbnb, but with so much intangibility built into their business model. How, as obviously I'm also an investment banker, so how do you actually assign an economic value to all these assets?
Actually, this is a good question. At the stock market, when we advise to our clients, there used to be a traditional way, price to earning, price to book, 10 times price to earning. We sometimes assign given the risk, etc., etc. But these companies, like as you mentioned, Careem, Uber, Booking.com, these companies, they have captured the world without having to own, the taxis and the hotels and everything, and they're doing fantastically well. So, but at the same time, given the quantum of the business they have captured, their profitability is not there. So, but the name is huge, and everybody is, they are the theme, they are the topical things. So if somebody wants to acquire or if somebody wants to buy the shares of these companies, how to value that. So for the past 2 years, what we have seen is companies of these sort of forward-looking or innovative companies, the valuation comes from the top line. For example, the top line is the sales. Just last year, what we have seen in Pakistan, Angro Foods. Angro Foods doesn't makes any profit at all. But the share price is huge. If so, the price earning multiple of Angro Food is like more than the developed countries, 80 times or 90 times. But the company who bought Angro Food, they bought from their top line, and their revenue for the year was 450 million euro, and they assigned that value to them, and they've purchased it. And they've purchased it because they think the penetration of the milk, the packaged milk in Pakistan is less than 5%. In future, it has a potential to grow like to 30% or 40% and 50%. So the sale potential is huge. So they value these kind of companies from the top line rather than from the bottom line. So this is the theme. Similarly, I sold my brokerage house to EFG Hermes, and EFG Hermes is the like a giant in Middle East MENA region. It's $1 billion plus brokerage firm. They have a presence in direct presence in the 9 countries, and Pakistan was the first country they outside of the MENA they've invested. So when they came to me and they've asked me, your company is very small and it's not making profit at all. So how do we deal with it? So can we purchase you through your book value? Whatever the assets you have, so we can give you that money. Or you don't have any earning potential at the moment, you're not making good money, so there is no price to earning justification. So then at that point of time, I told them, buy my company for 2-year revenue point of view. So I sold this company with that valuation. So there are innovations, there are innovative ways how to, make values thing. And is that?
Yeah, absolutely. With obviously new ways of valuing businesses are emerging, and as you've pointed out. So my next question is to Salman sir. And it's around a novel concept with evolution, big data, and robotics. So how is audit profession is looking at the same perspective of audit risk, and what steps are you actually taking in terms of obviously mitigating this risk?
Right. See, the scope of audit is not changed. Whatever the technological revolutions are there, the scope of audit is not changed. And if the auditors are sitting over here, they will understand this word that auditors are just watchdog and not bloodhounds. By whatever name you call them, they still be the same. So the scope is not changed, but it's how you have changed the strategy of doing the audit. That is significantly changed over the past many years. And there are risks associated with the new technologies. You can still hear. Okay. There are a lot of risk associated with the new technologies, and we as an auditor obviously have to invest a lot in new tools, audit tools, new audit softwares, and new methodologies and trainings, and hiring new people with expertise. So this is how we are trying our best to cover up with all the risk associated with these changes, irrespective of what industry we are talking about, whether it is financial institution, transportation, whatever. But at the end of the day, our scope is still the same. We have to give an opinion on the financial statements. Now, what work we have done to give the opinion is significantly changed over the year, but the risks are still the same. It's all that how we are coping up with all those risks. So the key thing is investment in data analytics tools, robotics, and a lot of investment in hiring people with expertise.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
IT audits are actually given more importance these days in the organizations than the financial audits. So that is a big change.
Yeah, that's a very good point. I think in Pakistan, a lot of emphasis is there in the audit, but more could be done by the regulator in form of having the IT audits and the data leakage audits and the regulations, strict regulations, how the financial institutions especially are monitoring the data, producing the data, and what controls are there to check those reports and these things. So more emphasis can be put in place by the regulators on the mandatory or the
Raj, break cancel कर दूं? मैंने सीधे मैसेज कर दिया I don't suggest we take a break. हाँ? I just messaged Sajeev that I don't suggest that we take a break. ठीक है? हाँ. Noor should just announce running team. Just need to
We also asked a couple of days back, thanks to you, look at applications and using that process effectively, the issues with the banks, with the system to identify, and then we also put the
address that system. In fact, in addition to this IT security and security concerns, one other issue that is emerging with the adoption of these new technologies is the consumer protection. The problem is that the banks are offering systems on online on their IT platforms, not at the pace. I agree with Shehzad on that. That not at the pace and at the scope that we will like them to be. Unfortunately, there are some of the banks that are offering a good suite of all services that can be utilized online, but not all the banks. And we are encouraging banks to offer that suite of services. In fact, some time back, we came up with the idea that we would mandate all the banks to offer a minimum set of services that they would be required to offer online to all their systems. But then when we discussed it with the banks, some of the banks unfortunately were not at a stage or were not confident enough that they can actually offer those services online, because they felt that the systems presently are not capable of. So the consumer protection for us has become now another area where we feel that it needs to be focused, because consumer needs to be educated that if he or she is using online, for example, shares his password or his email address, that can compromise his accounts. And during last couple of years, we have seen that many customers who basically shared this sort of information, they were subsequently deprived of their funds. In addition to that, for example, the spam emails, the email that you feel that is you are getting from your financial institution, and then you provide information, and as a result, the funds are actually withdrawn from their accounts. So a lot of work we feel needs to be done by the banks as well as State Bank of Pakistan to educate the customer, and a lot of work needs to be put in place to educate the staff of the banks as well. So
Just like 150 years ago, we were struggling with factory laws and labor laws. Now we are struggling with data laws. So data laws is the answer.
So I think it's just a transition, and it will happen naturally. And obviously, we as humans will obviously cope up with this evolution. So my next question to Zishan is that we're kind of playing a chess game where the common denominator is data. So obviously with that in context, data protection is kind of an emerging theme that needs to be regulated. So how relevant is that in terms of Pakistan context, and what needs to be done?
I have a big red prompt here that the time's up, so I'll
Yeah.
be brief.
Yeah, absolutely.
In wake of Cambridge Analytica, there is call for data protection agency, and there are questions being raised. But this is not the first time data has been breached. And my concern, Shahzad Sahab pointed out some concerns on the usage of data. But one of the concern is also very real and present, which is the usage of data to create social unrest or use it for, as a offensive foreign policy tool. And we have seen it in example of Cuba, where an effort was made to create a Twitter-like platform with an intention of creating an uprising, like in the youth of Cuba against the dictator. So the data protection is not only a necessity; it is yesterday's priority, which we might have missed. And even it is being discussed. The idea of data protection agency is being discussed in US. So we are very far behind. And I think we can be on top of this, taking data seriously, because these are as much threats to us as to any other country in the world. So data protection, although is taken as a priority, but it has to be taken top notch as probably a national security agenda as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I think absolutely, and also our legislation needs to correspond and beef up in order to obviously protect the data privacy. So in the interest of time, although I have a list of questions, so in the interest of time, I'll open it up for the Q&A. If you have any questions for the esteemed panelist.
Absolutely. And whilst we are gearing up for the face-to-face audience, I would give an opportunity to the online attendees as well, because we have lots of questions that are being asked. So the first one is for you, Dr. Inayat, and they're saying that what key reforms are required to take Pakistan out of the current economic crisis? I know we've touched based on that, but if we can quickly summarize this. They're saying that taking advantage of State Bank's presence, how would you dispel some of the misconceptions?
I'm sorry, I couldn't get the question.
So the attendee is asking that what key reforms are required to take Pakistan out of the current economic crisis?
What Pakistan needs to do to...
What reforms are required for Pakistan to come out of crisis, economic crisis?
Out of crisis? Well, I think that we have been in crisis throughout the history of Pakistan. Right now, the major issue is the pressure on external sector. Otherwise, if you look at the GDP growth is good enough. The problem is that there is a ballooning current account deficit. Although there has been slowdown in the growth of imports and a pickup in the export, still we have a balance of payment. And as Muzammal pointed out, that it is basically putting pressure on the foreign exchange reserves. So there are primarily two major tools that can be employed by State Bank of Pakistan. One is the interest rate, and the second is the exchange rate. And we are working on both of. I mean, the interest rates were increased by the Monetary Policy Committee of State Bank of Pakistan by 25 basis point. The exchange rate has been depreciated twice. And we, of course, State Bank of Pakistan is trying to reach at a equilibrium. Now, what is equilibrium is really very difficult to state. There are good number of models that supposedly tell you what is the equilibrium rate, but most of the times they are inconsistent with each other. Market, unfortunately, in Pakistan is very shallow and can be moved very easily. But having said that, one thing that I think I would say that we have been reasonably successful throughout our history to manage the economy. Pakistan never experienced a hyperinflation that has been experienced in the bigger economies than Pakistan, like Argentina, Turkey, Brazil, and a number of other countries. Similarly, we never experienced a full-blown foreign exchange crisis. We did have a lot of pressure after the detonation of atomic bomb. We came very close to a crisis-like situation, but we were able to manage it.
Mike, there is a question that we'd like to take from the audience. We'll come to you. And whilst we're getting the mic across to you, there's another question, and Khurram, you can actually address it to any of the able panel. What is the future of cryptocurrencies, and can they play a role towards the economy?
I think absolutely this is very contemporary, and there is I believe I just came across a news. G20 is kind of signed up for regulating crypto, because this is now becoming kind of a mainstream. So obviously, I think being a regulator, you should take a lead on that.
Well, the response of different regulators to the cryptocurrency has been quite different. But recently, during last few months, we have seen that many central banks who are either they were tolerating or they were open to cryptocurrencies. They have taken steps to ban these cryptocurrencies in their jurisdictions. In terms of Pakistan, we are looking at the development taking place in Pakistan. We are looking at the volume and the quantum of transaction that is taking place, and if we feel that it is becoming a major source of concern for us, of course, we will take some sort of action. The problem with cryptocurrencies is there are in fact two jurisdictions that during last few months they have come up with a mandate to regulate these cryptocurrencies. But it is very difficult to regulate something that has been developed with the intention of not to regulate.
Absolutely.
So we have in fact engaged these two supervisors as well to in fact inquire that how they intend to regulate it. And it turned out to be that while they have decided to regulate these cryptocurrencies, they are still in the process of sort of formulating the mechanism to regulate them. So it is but the way things are, I think there will be increasingly more adverse actions by supervisors against the cryptocurrencies.
I think this is absolutely, you've hit the nail. A lot of the value crypto is kind of deriving, it's because of its anonymity. And obviously now with regulation being framed around it, for sure crypto will for sure see a lot of volatility in pricing.
It's basically an anti-fiat currencies, anti-traditional currencies. So if you try to regulate those currencies, then that actually goes bust. But I think it's the onset, a major onset, and you will see in future it taking shape in some form. But it will. It's here to stay. How it will stay, and we don't know that.
It's going through different layers, obviously.
The entire
I think, yes.
blockchain and the distributed ledger system and the cryptocurrencies they're here to stay.
Right. So we have another question. I hope that answers. If you can introduce yourself and then ask the question.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Omer Javed and I'm from Arthur Lawrence. I have a question to Shehzad Saab. Shehzad Saab, since we are in the era of elections, how are you seeing that affecting the CPAC coming along? Do you think that they will have any effect on it in the coming years? Do you think the next government may change something to it? Something we are expecting or not expecting?
The CPAC, as I earlier said, is a game changer. And it's not only highlighting Pakistan. We are having this conference named as Emerging Pakistan. So we're just now hearing this only this year or maybe last year. Then now we're talking about Emerging Pakistan. We had heard about Shining India in the past, but not about Emerging Pakistan for the first time. And this is good news. And this is partly because of CPAC and of course our own initiative as well. I see a lot of growth coming in. I see the growth in 1920 and 2021 probably going beyond 7%. And I will connect your question to the first question asked on the economy, as we don't have any economic crisis. So stop talking about Pakistan's economic crisis. Pakistan has never had an economic crisis. I don't believe that. We have crisis on the side of management of funds. We have a budget of 4 trillion rupees coming in, and 2.4 trillion goes to the provinces, and it doesn't show up. We don't see that 2.4 trillion spent in those provinces, which we can visibly be seen. And then we are left with only 1.6 trillion goes to defense and debt servicing. So we start with a negative figure. So we have a crisis of budget. We don't have a crisis of economy here. Our economy is growing at the 6% for the last 4 years. We've been growing like 3.5%, 4.5%, 5.5%. and it's on the uptick. You see the inflation in asset prices in Pakistan. You see the GDP growth over the past 15 years. We used to collect only close to $1 trillion in 1999, if I'm not mistaken. We used to have foreign remittances of only $500 million. Today we have foreign remittances of $24 billion. Yes, exports is a big challenge. Our exports have been stagnant for the last 2 to 3 years. There we need to work a lot. I would have thought that our exports had been around $35 billion today, then we would have been much better off. So that's the area we are lacking. But in other areas, I think we are progressing.
Answer your question. If we could, Vasil, if you could please come up on the first table. The gentleman has been waiting. We'll come back to you. Right here.
Yeah.
The first table. G.
Hi, my name is Junaid Shekha and I represent a company called IT Minds Limited. There's a lot of talk on the data and it makes perfect business sense because for some of the companies, data is the key, data is a prime asset, data is everything. And protecting data is now becoming a buzzword. Data obviously creates a lot of business opportunities for the business as well as convenience for the customers, but it also opens up a lot of threats. Simultaneously, there was a lot of talk on compliance and ethics. And obviously, these two things go hands in hand. You can't expect compliance from people who are ethically weak. So my question is basically, how do we ensure the culture of ethics is inculcated at the nth level to the every individual level? And how do we kind of ensure compliance? So is it the responsibility of the regulator? Is it the responsibility of the professional bodies or the auditor or the individual person or the organization? So, can anyone throw some light on, how do we make sure that the culture of ethics is embedded into each and every processes that we do?
If I can also blend another question with it, because we had a similar question. So thank you so much from the online attendees as well. And they're also asking the same, that are accounting bodies doing enough to inculcate the ethical values in their members? So, able panel.
I think if Zishan can take up.
Okay. You see, ethics, you can set up fundamental principles of ethics. And the only way you can inculcate ethics is through advocacy, through trainings. But you see, what is ethics? Ethics is doing the right thing when nobody else is looking. So by its very definition, it's a very personal, individual thing. Ethics can be advocated, ethics can be taught, ethics can be propagated, but at the end of the day, that is as much as any professional service body or regulator or government can do. But then comes the compliance, because first you tell the people what is the right thing, and then you check whether they're doing the right thing or not. And that's where your systems of control, your system of compliance comes in. And in the recently issued, the State Bank also issued a guidelines for compliance monitoring. And the whole idea was that take it more than just a box ticking exercise. Delve into it, really identify what are your compliance risks, understand those risks, see if you are geared enough to respond to those risks, and have a system which checks the compliance according to those. So to answer your question, ethics, it's a propagation thing, it's a fundamental preaching thing, and then to see if it happened or not, we have to see empirical evidence which comes out of a very sound compliance monitoring plan. So that's just a very brief response.
And just add one thing in this, that ethics is something obviously you cannot force somebody to get, like you have to be ethical. You can educate, as he said, that you can educate someone to be ethical, but you cannot force someone to be ethical. So the important thing is, as an auditor, like obviously I have my ethical values as well. I cannot trade into the listed shares of my client or something, but 24 hours a day, 365 days a year, nobody is like watching me, but I know what if I did something wrong, there are going to be very tough consequences for that. So the important thing is obviously the awareness should be there, and what are the consequences if somebody is not following the ethical policies. So those should be, in my personal view, should be very strict, that should set an example for others if somebody is not following the ethical values.
I think given the importance of ethics, that's why it kind of features as an integral part of all the professional qualifications.
But that would only be part of the corporate entity which is dealing with that data. What about the data which is going up? It's out in the open world now. It's not that the customer security is a key thing now, and therefore that relates to data security. So you can probably inculcate that ethical values within the organization, and it could create a deterrent for data security. But the data which is there in the public domain, so that's a huge challenge. And we are now actually listening and talking about data, especially this current week when this Facebook data leakages come out. So it's going to be now the discussion for the coming days, and you will see huge changes coming in the data regulations.
Can I just add one point to it, because we were just a couple of days ago we were there in the IBA conference of Islamic finance, and some of everybody was talking about how to partner with the retail chains and bringing the banking down to the consumer level, and I noticed in the financial sector sort of casualness about sharing the customer data with the retailers in exchange for the services they can provide to the bank as far as their payments delivery system can go. And I think that is one of area where possibly ethical intervention is also needed, that banks are sitting on gold mine of data, and if they start thinking so casually about sharing data out there with the grocery chain and retail stores, then some ethical parameters need to be shaped on that front as well. Some suggestion for State Bank.
I know we have a lot of attendees who want to. We just have, apologies, we just have time to take one more question. We'll get more opportunities over networking lunch. If you could quickly ask your question and we can then proceed.
Yeah, Assalamu alaikum. My question is to Mr. Anayat Saab. So looking into the future, we see a lot of technology and cyber laws coming ahead. I just want to ask you one question, like what steps have State Bank taken in terms of, keeping your youth intact, and how we are going to go forward about it? Because 10 out of 9 students would like to go abroad as their preference. So how we are going to, sustain this future technology and challenges, and what steps have State Bank taken to keep this thing mobilized? Thank you.
A quick comment, sir, and then we can wrap up.
I would like to make he didn't get the question. Right? Can you repeat?
Talent is a lot of talent.
How can you ensure talent retention here in Pakistan?
Brain drain.
Yeah.
Okay, in the financial sector. Ji. As far as brain drain in financial sector is concerned, I don't know that whether there is a brain drain or because as far as the remuneration in financial institution in Pakistan is concerned, as of now it is quite competitive, and we are reasonably comfortable with the skill level of people who are working in most of the areas of the financial institution. One of the area where we lack, in fact, skills, and we are really concerned is the IT, and that is the area where we have perhaps. I would agree with this observation that we have also seen brain drain. The people working even at senior positions in the commercial banks, they left and went abroad. But unfortunately, our experience is that there is also this is the type of skills where Pakistan, even in general, perhaps lacks, and this is something that more than central bank perhaps have to be dealt by other policymakers, by our universities, educational institutions, that how we develop and develop this skill level in Pakistan. Frankly speaking, I am not sure that what central bank can do to reduce brain drain. Our primary domain is to ensure the price stability and exchange rate stability and the, the safety and soundness of the financial sector.
I think, yeah. So in the interest of time, I think probably just let me just round it up. I would like to thank this team panelists for sharing and coming over and sharing their thoughts with the audience. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it.
Thank you so much,
guys.
ladies and gentlemen. Give our esteemed panel a huge round of applause. I would request you all to please remain on the stage. And if I could call Sajid Aslam, the head of ACCA Pakistan, and Asad Hamid, the head of markets, I would also like to call our business development team members up on the stage, Taimur Behram Khan and Wasil, if you could come up on the stage, and we'll quickly give the mementos. So the first one is for Mr. Zishan Shahid, partner Deloitte, Yusuf Adil. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We can give the end of the first panel discussion. And since we had a lot of talk about innovation and how are we mediating risk, especially in the digital age, the next panel discussion that we're going to have is on innovation and risk management. How do we support the startup culture? And I'm very honored to bring to the rostrum our keynote speaker and guest of honor, Mr. Khwaja Tanveer Salim, Chief Information Officer, Engro Corporation Limited. Give him a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Sir, would you be comfortable with this mic or those from? This one? Okay.
I'll be using the clipper. Assalamu alaikum ji. Thank you. Assalamu alaikum. And you know, the way I was introduced, here comes a keynote speaker. It's more like a key person standing between you and the lunch. So do accept my sincere apologies. And hopefully, I'm supposed to be here for 10 minutes. I'll make sure I'll remain there for 10 minutes. So that's the maximum I can contribute to that thing. Then we have a panel discussion. We've got some brilliant people coming in for the panel discussion on this particular topic. So again, thank you very much for giving me a chance to come over here and share my thoughts and the insights and some of the experiences in this particular aspect of where we can have some sort of innovation, the topic which is very close to my heart, as well as the risk that always comes along with the innovation, at the same time something that we call the disruption or the startups which are coming up. You know, there always been for example, there always been some in the entire era of time, there are always some buzzwords that goes on and on. Sometimes there words like granularity, sometimes it's dynamic performance management, sometimes it's IoT, sometimes it's cloud computing, sometimes it's dashboard, sometimes it's business intelligence. So the disruption is also not an exception. It's also one of the buzzwords that's going around in the industry. And we have also had some good thoughts coming from the last panel, where we talked about the whole lot of data security and the data leakage security and the information security. However, you know, as far as you're concerned, this disruption is not just a buzzword. You know, it's more than a buzzword. It's more of something which is more enormous. It's something which is more mammoth. It's something which is more dangerous. It's something which is more disruptive. And you know, when we talk of innovation, the one thing that comes to our mind is innovators. When we talk of disruption, something that comes to our mind is disruptors. Disruptors are those which can take away we can destroy the line of product overnight, or they can actually create a line of product overnight. And this era of disruption is something that will continue to remain here now. It's not something, you know, when we graduated, I attended a seminar. There was one person who mentioned that the only constant thing is change. There's still a quotation being used everywhere. And now we can say that the only constant thing that's going to remain there right now, it seems to be disruption. Because every other place we are getting disruptions again and again. One of the biggest disruptions is the Facebook, where every relationship of yours is your friend. Your mother is your friend, your father is your friend, your brother is your friend.
and your friend is your friend. So that's the biggest disruption that we have. So, so going on, I'll just run through. There are three exponential forces. You have to understand the startup thing. We have to go some sort of basics, and I'll just quickly run through it because in the interest of time. And these three exponential forces revolves around technology, environment, and the connectivity. One of the key elements in this thing is that these three forces are continuously profound, is continuously growing, they're compounding, they're getting more and more and more and more. What happens is, before we actually get into what these three forces do, we need to understand what the exponential is. And I'll make sure when you leave this place, you have got one more word as part of the buzzword, which is the exponential. And that's the objective of the day. So what happens is, if you compare that, so if we ask some person to take some 30 linear steps, you'll know like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we can easily spot out that where that person will end up after 30 steps. But suppose if we ask someone to take 30 exponential steps, which means you step 1, 2, 4, 6, 4, 8, 32, 64, 128, 256, 512, 1024, and go on and on. So, if you're asking where will he end after those 30 steps, it will be something around billions of meters. And something which could actually cover the 25 times the entire planet. So this differentiates between the linear growth and the exponential growth. This differentiates between the linear forces and the exponential forces. This differentiates between the linear leadership and the exponential leadership. Eventually, we'll reach to a place where, towards the last of the presentation, it's something which is called the linear organization versus exponential organizations. And exponential organizations are someone which are going to be the topic of the day, wherein they are the solution for all sort of disruption. How can we manage the disruption? In no way you can fight these disruptions. You have to embrace them. And there's no other way. We have to embrace them by living into them. So those environment which are exponentials, those technology which are exponential, those connectivities which are exponentials. So those actually constitute all those innovation for the future. And that innovation of the future, in fact, is actually a disruption of today. So moving on. Something. So let's take over that. We thought the very first thing, the very first exponential force was technology. So if we just took over the trend that has been taking place in the past decade, by the amount of computing power that's being generated. So there's some comparison that was more of a logarithmic table that by the year 2050, the computing power of a normal laptop, which is $1,000 laptop, will be as big as a human brain, which is 10 to the power 26. And that's where we are talking about artificial intelligence here, that we will be having computing powers in our home, which are as good as strong as anything like artificial brain or artificial intelligence into it. If we look towards the environment, same thing is happening. There's a lot of escalation, there's a lot of compounding in the temperatures changing across the globe. So we'll just give you an example for that. If we look for the connectivities, so this is where the Facebook comes in, and this is a place where the connectivity is expressed all across the globe, where the people are getting more and more connected, information is getting more and more connected. We've been hearing about lots of things about Google Earth. When the Google Earth was very first launched as part of the beta project, there were got a major GPS-based companies, those who were operating at that particular time. And it took about 18 months for the Google Earth and the Google Maps to take over the 85% share of those major GPS players. And I don't think now we need GPS players in our cars. We already have got those Android system and things like that. And if any one of you have got some interest, they can always Google in Google Earth. Now they have got Google Mars and they have got Google Moon also. So if you can go into those things, you can always check those interesting information available on the net. So we talked about this. So now those three forces, which we call the linear, those exponential forces, which actually causing or driving the innovation. Those three forces need to be managed. Those need to be managed by some sort of a leadership, which again has to be exponential. There's no way you can actually manage the exponential thing with the linear problems. You have to solve those exponential problems by the exponential tools and exponential solutions. And there's a place where it actually comes in the part of the linear exponential leadership. And now these exponential leadership actually help us grow the exponential organization. And we'll have more on the exponential organization. So how will the future of work will look like? This is something which we talk about all the millennials nowadays. The people who are coming to, if you're being graduated, they want to come to the organization, they don't want to have the hierarchies in place. And they want more network environment in place. They don't want to be taught all the time. They want to be coached all the time. They don't want to be handhold all the time. They want to be empowered all the time. There are people who are not actually believe in the planning part. They actually more focus on doing the experimentation. And with the cost of goods coming down drastically and the cost of doing the experiments going down drastically, it's becoming more and more possible for the people to have more and more experimentation. And when you do some experimentation, this is a place where disruption takes place. When we are saying that the bigger businesses are being threatened by those small disruptors, we call the disruptors bang is there. So it's just because the reason, I'm so sorry. Just because of the reason that those smaller group of people, those you call the disruptors or we call the startups, they are lean, they're innovative, they're creative, and they're ready to take the risk. Whereas if we compare with a bigger complex organization, they have got a whole structure system which is not bad. Let's not say that innovation or the risk system which are being operating in the companies has gone some bad or an obsolete thing. There's still one of the profound systems. We have got gating methodologies, and you have to look how the innovation takes place from an innovation portfolio funnels and so on and so forth. But yes, those bigger organizations cannot actually meet up those startups. Alibaba is one of the example. They are not getting into the conversation, having negotiations to take over the Dras.pk. And then we all know, okay, how things move on with pace. So it's more about from privacy, it goes to transparency. From the hierarchies, go to the networks. From the controlling to become empowering. That's how the new millennials want to work. And they are the people who want, they just don't want the job. They want some purpose behind that. They want, what are we going to contribute by working 9 to 5? Or rather, do they want to work 9 to 5 or not? They want flexible timing, they want working from home and all those things. So those type of things, if an organization is providing, then actually you can claim yourself to be a exponential organization. Then you're able to generate those, can transform those millennials from the millennials to the exponential leaders. One of the things that comes at the core, at the heart of any exponential organization, and is MTP. MTP is called massive transformative purpose. It's just like you Purane Zamane, in the olden days, we used to have what's called the vision of the company. The classical methodology, we have a vision of a company, then we have got the mission statement, then we come up with the must-win battle sort of a thing, then strategic actions, then strategic activities, broken down to tasks, it goes into your performance key objectives of the year, and so on and so forth, and then this goes up again. Now, those things are gone as far as exponential organizations are concerned. Those things are being replaced by something which instead of planning, you're using the experimentation, something that we want to move along with the newer sort of technologies and newer sort of advent of the tech companies getting into the market. So what people have, instead of vision, they have MTP. MTP, they have something which is called the massive transformative purpose. Massive means it has to be big. It has to be aspirational. It has to be something which people should look forward to. It can't be something small. That, for example, if we compare, just for the example's sake, if I compare what is the difference between vision and MTP, vision is for a company. MTP is good for the whole planet. So we talk about Google Earth, we talked about Google Mars, we talk about Google Moon, we talk about all sort of innovation taking place across Google and across all the people. We'll share a couple of more examples very quickly, and you'll be getting more depth into it. It's more transformative, something that transforms the person from inside out. Something which has an impact. Something which has a purpose, which is the next part. Generally, this pyramid does not contain Wi-Fi and battery, but again, each one of you are well aware that Wi-Fi and battery are the critical part of those transformative purposes that we want to go ahead. An example comes to your mind from local market in Pakistan, which fits in this sort of a purpose part. Any local startups in Karachi, in defense, those who are very much in love of tea. If someone have tried Chotu Chai Wala, okay, Khaybane Bukhari. Chotu Chai Wala is one of his, he was a young boy, 17 years old when he started off, and he was in KGS. I'm sure he wasn't able to get the money from the State Bank, because that was something of what we discussed and we heard in the last session, but somehow he got his money, he started off the Chai Wala thing, he put the Chai Wala dhaba into the defense. Now there you can actually get the Buns Road ke burgers also nowadays. So there's something which is more of a startup, and now it has transformed the entire way that they're using. They're using social media for their marketing. You don't see any TVCs for them because they don't need a TVC. But they are approachable, they're accessible all across. We have got all sort of apps coming from the Pizza Hut to the subways to the what's on and what's not. So those things are actually making more and more things accessible and creating a sort of a purpose that, I was just reading the interview of that 17 years old boy, and he says he wanted to bring the chai of Pakistan onto the globe. It was very surprising his statement, but yes, it is. Still there on their first Facebook page, maybe is still available. We all know TEDx, so we don't go into this. So what happens is, how we'll balance the innovation and the risk. We are moving toward the last part of my session. We have a current organization, which we say the linear organizations. We say the future organizations. There could be two types of future organization. It could be the similar current organization, which has grown to some extent. However, the growth from the current organization to the current, it could be an incremental innovation that we have been doing and heading it out, wherein we don't change the business model. Whereas if we change the business model, for example, if we are selling the lawns, with the Gul Ahmed, they launched their lawn collection last week, and they had that thing opened up at 12 o'clock midnight when the servers got choked after, my wife wasn't able to get hold of those things. I came to know on that part. So disruptive innovation comes in when the exponential organizations comes in. Exponential organizations are those people we have talked about, those who have got exponential leaders, those who support exponential things, those who have been driven by the exponential environment, exponential technologies, and exponential connectivities. Just take a look of a real-time example. We are at the Marriott. Marriott can grow, and they are growing. As far as we have got these type of sessions are taking place, they will keep on, they will be into the business. However, they have certain exponential organization that also has come into play, which are actually giving a competition to the Marriott or to any hotel industry. Airbnb is an example where we also touched in the last session, which doesn't own any real estate as such. We've got Uber and Careem, they don't own any taxi or anything as such. In case of the Uber, in Karachi, in Pakistan, they're also planning to start off the delivering the parcel services. They say if the people have if a person with a car, he can become a taxi driver by taking place from one point to another point. Why can't he deliver the parcel from one point to another point? Which means they're becoming a threat to the TCS and the DHOs of the businesses. So one business may not be creating a competition for their own business. They will be creating the competition for the other industry as well. And that's where the disruption takes place. That's where the disruptive technologies or the exponential organization takes place. And what will happen is if TCS or the other parcel deliveries companies, they won't come up with some innovative ideas, they will be more like the Kodak of the years. How many of us remember Kodak days? Those of my age group, you recall there used to be a camera. The one, a slim one, it's got 24 pictures. We go and study. Now the iPhone contains lots and lots of thousands of pictures that you have. So this is where the disruption comes in. We talked about artificial intelligence. How many people in this room have used artificial intelligence as part of technology? If you can have just a show of hands. 1, 2, 3, 4. Good. How many of you use iPhones? So you must be aware of the Siri. And similarly, how many of you are Android users? So you must be using OK Google. If not, then do try it out. These are the AI-based digital assistant. You don't need a secretary anymore. If you're driving a car, but don't talk while you're driving a car. But if you want to talk during driving a car, just say, OK Google, call so-and-so, and they will, the phone will call it. This is artificial intelligence already built into the system and currently being used. Zipcar, it started off from UK, then US, and now also launched in Dubai, UAE. And the simple concept that you don't need to buy the car. Why do you need to buy a car? Like, for example, my son, he just went to the 6 months back, he got into admission to IBA, and we're planning to get him a car, and he said, no, I don't want a car, I will go in the Careem. Because he's more comfortable in going to Careem. So that's another step ahead of the thinking. Instead of buying the cars, why can't some sort of cars which are available sort of a rent, but instead of going to a rent office, those are actually available at particular defined parking lots. So you come out to your home, and you've got certain places where the cars are being parked. You just go, you put up your credit card, the car doors open up, there are keys in the car, you just start the car, you go to the place where you want to be, and then you park the car in that particular location at a particular place. You again swipe the card, the mileage and those things are being charged off. It's very cheap, it's very convenient, so you don't own the cars. It's called the Green Cars project at the UAE, which they're doing. They're using small cars like sort of Mira and Paso sized car. But again, the bigger cars are also available from the Avis, which are doing it. Zipcar is actually is a business venture that is from the Avis Car Travels. So Avis, that has been classically a company who is used to rent the cars out. They were the one who said, "Okay, instead of renting, why can't we have the cars? We can start sharing the car out." So just by changing the business model, see, Avis can keep on growing by more cars and having more drivers and doing all those sort of rentals. But what they did, they say, why can't we change the entire business model? And changing the business model is that mammoth thing that we saw. That's not the easy part. That requires pain, that requires commitment, that requires vision, that requires perseverance. And make sure all the startups, they're not very successful all the time. So risk, we talked about risk in the last session, so I won't touch. Apart from one thing, being a Pakistani, we've got a special tendency to be risk averse or sort of thing, risk taker sort of a thing. We normally go out of our home, we have to go someplace, we don't have a car, we go to the rickshaw person and we say we have to go this place, or we then sit in the rickshaw, we go away. We don't even check whether the person has the license or not, or his tires are in which condition, whether he is in nasha or something or not. But we just cover life on that. I say, inshallah, we'll be there. So we are always on the toes of inshallah. So in case of data leakages, protocols, why they have not been made so far, inshallah, nothing will happen, and so on and so forth. Which is sort of an attitude which is actually keeping us behind. It's more of a governance structure. What just I think the other person mentioned it. It's not an issue of economy. It's more of the issue of how those money is being managed and being governed. So very quickly, I won't go. I think I just touched this thing. The only part important is that we need to have the culture to learn and to unlearn. This is something which is more important because when the millennials are coming, they may not be interested in doing 9-to-5 jobs. But yes, they need flexi timing. They need different ways of working. They don't need to be someone standing on their head and actually having a more sort of a manager on their head. They like to be coached. They like to be mentored, but they don't like to be actually pushed to the wall. But at the end of the day, remember the business all goes on the number. So if a startup is not making money, then again, it's not a startup. So that remains the fact. So I'll be around during this time, and I think I've taken 10 minutes, or if I've taken more, I'm extremely sorry for that. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you so much, Tanveer Saab. Yes, you were spot on time on the 10-minute mark. I will proceed now to the panel discussion, and I'd like to call up our moderator, Syed Amir Ali, SEVP and Group Head, Corporate and Investment Banking, Mizan Bank Limited. Thank you so much, Amir. We'll now be calling our esteemed panel up on the stage. So first of all, Syed Mohammad Shabar Zaidi, Territory Senior Partner and Chairman, PwC Pakistan. Naveed Hashmi Saab, the Director Finance Excellence, Unilever Pakistan. Shehzad Dada, the CEO of Standard Chartered Bank Pakistan Limited. Khwaja Tanveer Salim, the Chief Information Officer, Engro Corporation Limited. And Ibrahim Kasumbi Saab, Advisor and former Senior Vice President, Karachi Chamber of Commerce and Industry. That completes our panel. For the second panel discussion, over to you, Amir.
Thank you so much. Assalamu alaikum, respected panelist member and ladies and gentlemen. So when Temur called me to moderate this session, so I read the topic, it was innovation and ERM. So then I thought that these accountants must be asking me to moderate a session where we should be telling about what are the risks involved in doing innovation, probably keeping us away from innovating. But side by side, Temur also sent me a very nice article, nicely printed, colorful. And when I read that research paper, it was very interesting. And one thing which I realized, it talked more about the risk that if you don't innovate, if you don't change yourself, you may be an extinct species. So it was very interesting coming that kind of a research paper coming out of ACCA. So risk management, though it's necessary when you are changing, when you are innovating, you need to manage the process and you have to look at the risk involved in the entire process. But what is more important, which that paper highlight, was that if you don't change, if you don't innovate, the risk is even higher that you will not be there in the long run or even in the short term or the medium term as disruption is hitting. And as in the recent keynote address by Tanveer, we just heard that there are serious challenges involved in managing disruption. And disruption is about changing your business models, because at a lot of times we are boxed into the existing business models and try to just change it by innovating, but you need to really change, and your change has to be exponential. Your organization has to be an exponential organization, and for that you need exponential leadership. So very interesting. So I'd like to connect this discussion firstly with the banking sector, Shahzad Saab, because what disruption which we are seeing these days in the financial services, I think this is one of those sectors which is highly exposed to the impact of disruption and need to change. So I will be looking to hear from you that being a banking organization which is also fairly regulated, how you are handling innovation in financial services in your industry and in your organization.
Sure, thank you. First of all, ACCA, thank you for having me over. Bismillah Rahman Rahim. It's a real pleasure to be here. And again, listening to the previous panel, I think it's very important that a lot was talked about regulator, and obviously Nayat Saab was here, so he talked about it. But look, and I'm not saying it, and he's not in the room, and while I know there's media, I'll say we have a regulator who's very progressive and does not inhibit any innovation. So we are very and I don't know if that's the case with other regulatory bodies, but I think the financial services sector is really blessed to have a regulator that in sense of innovation allows independent companies to really put forward their proposals. And I think just putting in perspective the enterprise risk management, I think it's very important, especially financial institutions or any business, to keep into account ERM and making sure that when we are deploying innovation, we have the risk management in place, because while everybody wants to be a disruptor, we all know that there are a lot of challenges that could come with that. So I think that perspective has to be there. Financial services sector, unlike any other sector, is going through a massive disruption. And yes, fintech is a buzzword, and it's here to change. And it's something that's impacting financial services. It's impacting our business. It has impacted our business, and it's going to further impact our business. But we are no different to any other industry. You pick any industry that you look at, you touch at, whether it's life sciences, whether it's medicine, whether it's telecom, they all are going through that. I think what forces this disruption to happen, anytime you have a process or or a delivery which is frictionless, I think you will find opportunities to do things that using technology to improve the delivery. And at the end of the day, for us financial services firms, what's at the center? At the center from Standard Chartered Bank, it's the client. And the whole idea of disrupting or doing all of this is why you're doing it, is because you're improving the client experience. Ultimately, I think technology helps us do a few things. The client experience is improved because the turnaround time is improved, hopefully. Hopefully, it's done because it improves the controls, because there are less hands touching it. There's less manual intervention, so the idea of error is going to go down. And thirdly, it's going to reduce the cost, because obviously with technology, if you've done it the right way, you're going to do it such that the customer ultimately will benefit. So it's from those perspectives, it's a win-win for anybody who does it. And one has to embrace it with open arms. And I think it's people who are defying this or are in a mode of denial, I think are going to be the real losers of this 21st century. Just connecting that to the previous conversation, I think there was a lot of talk about data. Data to the 21st century is like oil to the 20th century. I think we all are sitting with very rich data. Yes, as responsible owners of that data. Somebody made a loose comment in the previous one that banks are sharing that data. I can tell you about Standard Chartered. We view that data as one of our biggest assets. When you're doing valuations and you're doing all of this price to book and price to earning, and I've done this all my life, I think that is a intangible that nobody really, one has to really appreciate. And we take that responsibility very seriously, and we ensure that that data is mined in the best way possible so we can improve the customer experience. And at the end of the day, we are also a listed company. We are working for our shareholders, so we also improve the performance. And obviously, with customer experience improving, we are going to see improvement in performance. Standard Chartered ki journey, let me just talk a little bit about that, how we have embraced a change. And this again highlights the point that with a regulator like State Bank, a lot has happened. 5 years ago, we were sitting with 75% of our processes were manual, 25% were digital. Today, it's absolutely the reverse. And in some of our corporate side, it's 98% is all digital. What do I mean by digital? It's basically our clients with having our systems in place can transact on transactions end to end without having to call a RM or talk to a individual. This we have done because we have been able to innovate with some of state-of-the-art online banking. In any survey that happens, we are at the top of the charts. I'm not declaring victory, but there's a lot of room to improve, but that's out there. We have SC Mobile, and clearly that's something that, again, based on the feedback, independent feedback we get, is one of the best apps in the country. We have been the first bank to do an RTGS automation. So State Bank RTGS is connected with our straight to bank, which is a totally digital solution for our clients. So we can immediately end to end provide payment transfers in nanoseconds effectively. We have recently launching Retail Workbench, which was ultimately going to be end to end. You can open an account, you can transact on an account, you can do all sorts of onboarding, you can sell products like asset products all on a tablet. So you don't need branches, you don't need to have brick and mortars. And we are obviously going down that route, which is, by the way, different to some of the other banks. And time will tell whether we are right or they are right. But clearly what we see is with digital investments, we are focusing more on that, less on the brick and mortars. And again, that's something we are doing. So lots of things happening, wealth management, sales. So we have done a lot of those things to improve the client experience. Ultimately, I would just say that, look, digital disruption, becoming a disruptee also by these financial fintechs is something we need to embrace. And we view these fintechs or these startups, we need to cultivate them, we need to embrace them. And we are working with a lot of them because a lot of our processes that we want to outsource, we'll be going to them, and we have gone to them to make sure that we can use their agility, their mindset to able to allow us to embrace that within our own systems so that ultimately our clients' experience improves. Thank you.
Thank you, Shahzad Saab. I think a very pertinent point, which is innovation, disruption, and change. We should embrace it with our open arms, rather than hiding behind our existing business models and our own thinkings. Otherwise, things are going to change very fast. And I really appreciate the amount of digitization which your organization has done. It's really, I can really appreciate that, and all of us must really appreciate that, because it's the customer who's the center. So if we can model all our processes, all our digitization initiatives around the customer experience, that's what Uber and Careem and Airbnb are doing. So we have to think now outside in, from the customer perspective first. Ibrahim Saab, connecting the same disruption, innovation theme, you represent KCCI, where you interact with a lot of small, medium businesses. And how are you seeing how these businesses are innovating, are adopting the culture of innovation so that they remain current with the changing environment? And with that, also touch upon that as data sciences will come in, the information will all be digitized and it will be relatively easily available. from the current manual levels. So what impact it will have on the documentation of the economy and broadening our tax base as well?
Very good questions, very pertinent in terms of Pakistan's context, because as Chamber of Commerce and as a trade body, what we see is the SMEs are contributing around 35% of GDP. But you don't see a proportionate or commensurate amount of taxes being paid, revenue being generated through these. So the SMEs have not really received the sort of focus or attention at the policy level. What has happened is the SMEs, as a result, are for a large part in undocumented sector. And when you are in the undocumented sector, you have a lack of resources, less access to credit, and little appetite for change and innovation. I believe that that has reflected in demise or in the mortality, high mortality of many SMEs. When you are talking about SMEs, I believe the startups too are very much a part of the SMEs. Unfortunately, the banks are highly collateralized when extending credit to SMEs. There, the SMEs suffer from lack of resources, lack of will to go for change and keep pace with the changing dynamics of technology and innovation. I would quote the example of textile industry, for example. We have been an export. We have had the textile as a mainstay or the number one item of export and export earnings. But what happened is in the process is that we have been reduced to the exporter of raw materials or semi-finished goods, because the large part of units in textile who were SMEs could not cope with the or did not adopt over the years and invest in R&D and in adaptation of technology, in economies of scale. As a result, what we see now is a huge trade deficit with China, which has been able to dump a very large volume of goods into Pakistan. SMEs in Pakistan did produce shoes, toys, baby garments, children's garments. You don't see those industries anymore. They have disappeared generally. What you go in the market and buy something, it is made in China. You and me, when we grew up, we used to play with those toys which were made in Pakistan, with the clothes that we wore. So this has been very counterproductive. Partly, I would have to blame the policymakers and in a greater part, the regulatory framework and tax structure. Tax structure is such that the SMEs are not really equipped to or have the capacity and competency to deal with the complex tax structure and laws. So what happens is they are reluctant to go into the tax net. Many have been non-filers. Another aspect I would add to is that the imposition of tax on withholding tax on cash withdrawals has affected the SMEs. You are imposing taxes on filers who are SMEs generally. Pakistan is now today suffering from about $10 billion of trade deficit as a result of these policies. And we have completely ignored, in that sense, we have completely ignored the SME segment. Potential for broadening of tax base, potential for adapting to the new innovative technologies and to add value. Actually, our industries, particularly the textiles, fail to add value to the goods that we export. And we also fail to invest in brand development. Here, I would say that we are lacking very much. The SMEs that we come across are very much lacking in that area. We need to encourage through policy incentives, through the easy availability or access to credits without a lot of collateral. And coming to the startups, I say that this is the most critical area where we will need to focus to keep pace with the rest of the world. Now we are competing in the international arena, and here we need to nurture and cultivate the culture of startups. I would say that the large scale industry and even banks should adopt the startups which have the potential, which have the ideas, which are viable and have a commercial viability, should be adopted, should be provided the access to credit. And in that process, we may have some success stories over there, and that will bring us closer to the pace at which the rest of the world is adopting the technology, adopting the innovation. Here we are lagging behind very much. So I would say that it is a kind of bad news. But as chambers of commerce, what we are doing here is that we are encouraging the SMEs who are in our members and who are not even our members by holding workshops, seminars, having a research department which can help them first understand the changes that are taking place, the disruptive technology and the changes in the dynamics of business. We are going to help them do that. But then again, we need support from the policymakers who can encourage and focus on this particular area. It is a huge untapped segment which has the potential to generate a greater revenue. Today we are collecting about 3,500 billion or so, and then we are running a fiscal deficit of about 1,800 billion rupees. What happens is the government is the greatest borrower today, and that deprives the SME segment from the availability of credit. If the government was not competing with that, banks would be forced to lend to the SMEs more and make it less collateralized. Thank you.
Very important point, I think, availability of funding for SMEs and startups. And as in the last panel discussion, Shahzad Chamriya rightly pointed out that there is no mechanism whereby startups can access funds for their idea incubation. Now, unfortunately, this is an area where we haven't worked as a country, as a society. And the only way I think startups can really take off if we build a complete ecosystem for arranging for funds from them. And it's not just the government, it's not just the philanthropic organization. The corporate sector also has to contribute into it. The corporate sector has to allocate some funds to support startups, which can innovate the processes around their industry. So, and this is what is happening in US and in the European market. So I think there is a dire need to develop that ecosystem in Pakistan, and all the stakeholders have to contribute into it. And now, Shabbar Saab, I slightly want to change, and I want to come on the other side. You have been dealing with multinationals, large local corporates, small businesses, and medium businesses. So from your experience, and what is your perspective around the risk related to innovation?
Thank you very much. Firstly, I thank ACCA for giving me this opportunity to talk to you. And I will just relate to this thing to introduction by the way about myself. There's nothing like PwC Pakistan. I don't belong to PwC Pakistan. I'm senior partner of A. Ferguson Company, Pakistan. There is no entity by the name of PwC Pakistan. I'm not saying it got anything wrong. I'm just trying to say that firstly, I would just like to say one thing that I have a feeling that there is a gap between the innovation and our society. The innovation is coming from a different society. And whether that gap, human gap, and that technological gap, are we the users only, and are we, what is actually the fact? Because I have seen it from different perspectives. We cannot isolate ourselves from the way the work businesses have changed in Pakistan, the way the economy has changed in Pakistan and is going to change in Pakistan. As you said, that I as a senior partner of A. Ferguson Company, I've been dealing with all the multinationals. We have been just talking, somebody was talking about the SME, the issue of incubation and things like that. But when I sit down and look at the whole overall scenario, we are all talking about some consumer-oriented products, where we are basically import-based. And I'm an accountant, and being a conservative prudent accountant, I am very worried at how ultimately we will be bridging this gap of the import and export, and we will never be able to. We will never be able to. So we have to think realistically. Realistically means that what incubation we can have. We can have an incubation, Kareem and Chaiwala and things like that. Okay, fair enough. But ultimately, the mass, the inclusion of the society, the 18 crore people which are outside the system, there are very few efforts to bring inclusiveness in the society. You know, and looking at the things from different perspective, what I always feel that we say, and I now say it very strongly, make in Pakistan. We have called it the emerging Pakistan. The emerging Pakistan will only be when there will be a slogan of make in Pakistan. We have an import bill of 60 billion almost, an export of 25 billion, and we say that we are going in the right track. So I am, unfortunately, as being an accountant, I am not able to reconcile that concept. Coming back to the and I relate it to the concept of inclusiveness, the change, the innovation, and things like that. What I'm saying, when we call about the innovation, yes, we can copy what is happening in New York, what is happening in Singapore, what is happening in London and wherever. But we don't know how we can relate the change or innovation with the cultivation of rose flower in Hala and the sale of the rose flower in Hala, because the rose, there used to be a big market of rose which are grown in Hala and it used to come to Karachi. Now we are buying imported flowers. So there has to be some ecosystem that our society, the society is not in this hall. The society is somewhere else. That what I have been constantly saying, and I've been constantly saying, that we have divorced. There is a divorce between, in our case, the innovation and the change and the society at large. When I say society at large means 20 crore Pakistanis. So, and in the end, ultimately, if you don't bring that inclusiveness, unless until you bring that the localness, that is why I said that when I say I am not PwC, I am not demeaning PwC, what I am saying, but I have something of my own also. And I want to own that. I am nothing lower than anyone else in the world. So that self-confidence. Coming the second thing which I always feel in the innovation and looking after things, the firm I run, the industry I feel, I personally feel that the technology is just an apparatus. It was a typewriter, then it became a computer, left desktop, then it became a smartphone, and it was something big. But there is a man behind it, and the human capabilities, the human development, along with the technology innovation, there I can see a very serious gap between the two things. Serious gap. I would say serious gap, and practically I am telling you, where I am sitting as the 2 or 3 major boards of the companies, and I always find difficult to relate the organization and their technological side. And at times I feel that there is the human element, the development of the human resources, and I am saying in Pakistan also is very important, because in Pakistan, I always tell to my people, my managers, my people who are working with me, that how much time you spend on a smartphone and reading the useless group discussions rather than reading any reasonable book. And I have noticed that none of them is reading any useful book. They are all whole day they are using this thing. And so what I'm, with the Pakistan perspective, my experience in this field is that I would say it is tangible. This is tangibly imported from outside and also mentally imported from outside. When I say mentally imported from outside means it has to be, there has to be something grown from inside. There has to be something which has grown from our land. Otherwise, you will ultimately become, we will ultimately become victim of an era, a slavery, which is not slavery in a sense of slavery that you are shackles, but you have a slavery of the mind, because we will lose the independence and the security in the mind. So what I'm saying is I have noticed, and coming back to my experience in the multinationals and the big corporations, and I have seen, we were the accountants and the advisors to almost all the multinationals in this country. When they left, when they went away, generally very few of them are there now. A lot of them are people thinking that we will be out of business. In a sense, our business size will come down. And we are growing at the pace of 15% per annum. And I feel that now I am more better, I will say technologically, decision-wise, I am a better advisor, better auditor. This, in a sense, let me explain to you why I am saying so. In a sense, for example, Amir is a Mizan Bank. I feel more comfortable dealing with the owners or managers of the Mizan Bank than I used to deal with the Citibank, because the decisions were different at that time. So the question is, what I'm saying, this change and innovation which is coming in, I will divide into three parts. The change is, I think, is economics. I don't think technology is changing. Economics is changing. Innovation is an add to that. But I think from Pakistan perspective, we are not capitalizing the economic change. What I'm saying, we are not capitalizing the economic change means, and I reiterate that we are not capitalizing by actually developing our own natural resources. Natural resources means the human resources which we have got. And that resource is getting wasted in things which are not relevant in that sense. So disruption which is coming in Pakistan, in the industry and things like that, that needs to be, I say, localized. When I say the policy issue, localized means that should be used. That should be used to take Pakistan to a different level of the, I would say, self-confidence. I would not say to use the two words, self-confidence. We can say that this thing is a game changer and this thing is a game changer, this thing is a game changer. Okay, many things can be game changers, but the real game changer will be the Pakistani own self-confidence. If we say that somebody else will come in and change our game, then we should go out of the field. किसी बाहर वाले ने आके हमारी गेम चेंज करनी है तो हमें ग्राउंड से बाहर चले जाना चाहिए. पहले गेम तो हमने चेंज करनी है. And I can assure you in my own practice, we have changed the game. मैंने अपनी प्रैक्टिस में अपनी गेम चेंज की है. But last I would say, अभी बड़ा अच्छा स्लाइड प्रेजेंट किया था तनवीर साहब ने, ये नेटवर्किंग, एम्पावरिंग, ये सब कुछ किया. मैंने अपनी फर्म में जब अपने पार्टनर्स के दरवाजों में शीशे लगाए और उसको दरवाजे बंद कर दिए, थोड़ी देर बाद पार्टनर ने उसके ऊपर ब्लाइंड लगा दी. शुरू में you know, the question is, at times we have dual personalities. You know, we talk about transparency. We all of us talk about transparency. So when transparency comes to our own self, we become non-transparent. You know, I can give you two examples. When we made this, in the text, we made this LTU, large taxpayer unit. I was advisor to Shaukat Saab at that time. Shaukat Saab ने मुझे कहा कि यार कोई किसी IT को कमरा नहीं बनाना, कोई कमरा नहीं होना चाहिए, सब ओपन हो, क्योंकि ये IT सौदेबाजी कर लेते हैं. हमने डिजाइन किया LTU, सब ओपन था, ट्रांसपेरेंसी. एक दीवार बनी, आज तक दूसरी दीवार बनी, एक और कमरा बना. आज आप LTU चले हैं, सारे कमरे बन गए. Everything is in the room. So and I am giving my own firm's case. We tried our best and still we're trying कि यार हमारे सारे दफ्तर जो हैं वो ग्लास के हो जाएं और सब चीज ओपन ट्रांसपेरेंट हो जाए. We are trying it and we have been successful in that. But unfortunately, there is a gap in our thinking, the transparency on all the subjects he was talking on, the transparency, empowerment, networking, and things like that. Let me give you another very example of personally my own example. Whenever I give any advice to any client, I send it to other partners to just read it. That's what I have. They say कि सर आप खुद दे दिया करें, मुझे हमें क्यों बेचते हैं? मैं कहता हूँ मैं इसलिए पूछता हूँ कि तुम्हारा मेरा रिस्क कवर हो जाए. You know, at least you should know what I am giving. But the question is, these words, which is very, I'm so impressed with that slide. Networking, empowering, transparency. These I say in my culture, I have seen, very frankly, these are words only. These are actually words. How many of us, actually, I'm telling you, asking you, actually, all of you are maybe CFO of this of your organization. How many of us are ready to empower our juniors? How many of us are technically transparent? How many of us actually can have a board meeting in an open room? You know, the question is, there is a very big difference between a cup and lips. So, and I would advise, after my so much experience in this field, that this thing, actually non-transparency and non-empowerment, is actually placing a hurdle between the breakthrough which Pakistan can have in our systems. So I can talk a lot of it, but what I'm saying, my experience is that we have an urge now to at least listen, but that should be translated into a reality of actually changing and taking advantage of innovation which are coming in the context of what is happening in Pakistan. खुशबी साहब बात कर रहे थे SME की, वो SME को हमने एक लफ्ज के तौर पे इस्तेमाल करना शुरू कर दिया स्टेट बैंक में या बैंक में. वो लफ्ज नहीं है, उसके पीछे एक पूरी एक इंडस्ट्री है, पूरे कारोबार है, उसके पीछे एक पूरा सिस्टम है. उस सिस्टम के साथ हमारी सोसाइटी रिलेट नहीं हो रही है. सोसाइटी के दो फोकस, दो अलग अलग हो गए हैं. ग्रोअर को 10 रुपए किलो में 10 रुपए किलो आम बेचता है, आपको 200 रुपए किलो आम मिलता है. जो 180 रुपए किलो आम के अंदर डिफरेंशियल में जो बंदा डील कर रहा है, लॉजिस्टिक, ट्रांसपोर्टेशन, फोर्डिंग, उस पे हम कोई इनोवेशन, कोई चेंज, कोई SME लाने के लिए तैयार नहीं है. हम कोशिश करते हैं कि एक जो फिनटेक वाला पालो आल्टो में पैदा हुआ है, हमारा जूनियर भी वैसा ही हो जाए. मैं अभी IB में लेक्चर देने गया था, तो सारे जो बच्चे बैठे ना, वो सब दे ऑल वांट्स टू बिकम बिल गेट्स. उनमें से कोई भी आदमी पाकिस्तान में टेक्निकली कारोबार करने के लिए फिट नहीं है. कोई भी फिट कारोबार नहीं कर सकता पाकिस्तान में. आपको यकीन से कोई छोटा मोटा कर ले वो अलग बात है, कोई बच्चा कारोबार नहीं कर सकता. और मैं लास्ट एक्सपीरियंस अपना बता सकता हूँ मल्टीनेशनल्स का और पाकिस्तानी बिजनेस का. मुझे सबसे बड़ी प्रॉब्लम इस वक्त जो आती है, व्हेन आई डील विद दिस ओनर्स ऑफ द पाकिस्तानी बिजनेसेस, एंड I am the advisor to a lot of Pakistani big business houses, and I can guarantee you, at least I will not name them, and I can give you 5 or 6 big industrial family. Their only assignment to me is कि जी बच्चे काम नहीं करने जाते, बताएं कारोबार करना क्या है. अरे बच्चे से पूछे, सॉरी आप बच्चे ने क्या करना है? उन्होंने कहा जी मैंने जी सैन फ्रांसिस्को में जाके कंपनी बनानी है टेक, फिनटेक की। मैंने कहा अब्बा के पैसे जाया करोगे ना और कुछ नहीं करोगे। तो so that's what I'm saying. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, sir. I think we should. I think you have sensitized a lot of very, very critical areas of our society. और इस वक्त मुझे मौलाना ज़फ़र अली खान का एक शेर याद आ रहा है, खुदा ने आज तक उस कौम की हालत नहीं बदली, ना हो जिसको ख्याल आप अपनी हालत बदलने का। So with that, Naveed, because you work for an organization which is multinational, a lot of innovation happens across the globe, and I hope some of the ideas incubate out of the Pakistani branch of the Unilever as well. So I will be happy if I can hear from you your experiences, and more specifically the impact of innovation on the culture of your organization and how your culture of the organization is helping for innovation.
Thank you so much. When we talk about culture per se and how culture has changed in multinationals, so I've been with Unilever now for 10 years and I've seen the organization transform like anything. So I recall, I tell a lot of my colleagues that in 2008 we were traveling for a market visit and we used the dongle for the first time. And we were so excited that let's look at how we can connect remotely and just work from an off-site location. And lo and behold, in just 10 years time, we have that connectivity in our pockets. So in terms of culture, the change has been massive. Earlier, it was important that you have a specific space where you work. Now, you don't have to be in a particular premises to be working. I'll give you an example. I worked for 3 years in the corporate center in London. And out of those 3 years, last 1 year, I literally went like 5 times to office because all that I had to do was a global role, which I could do on my phone. So the way that the organization's cultures are changing, they are not, as we say, brick and mortars are also going away from organizations as well. In addition, as we also talk about the upcoming talent, you would be only embracing the innovation mindset if people that you hire are the people who are the millennials who come with this kind of a thought process. We have radically changed the way that we hire people. Our management trainees that we hire, earlier there used to be a round of physical tests, and then you come in for an interview, then a group discussion, and then you select certain group of people. Now, so the last 2 years, what we have done is we start off with the selected candidates really going through a series of online games. And they're actually games where your interests are deciphered, and the AI really suggests whether you are cut out for the NFMCG, which is going into a change kind of an era, and it suggests whether you would be able to fit into the organization, or maybe you are better being an investment banker or some other profession. The first, and thereafter they have to record an answer to the question, which is then judged via AI. The first human interaction that these candidates have with real people is when they are around 20, 50 odd, and then we go through the interview process. This is radically different from how we used to hire around 10 years back. Another thing that I would like to mention is that we have kind of now started a culture within the organization of innovation. So we have created these groups of young people who are open to come up with whatever idea they want, however they want to change the processes, the systems, the existing ways of working, and there's a specific fund allocated for those, so that because the piece around innovation requires a bit of risk taking. You cannot expect wonders in a day, and and you start off with 10 projects, only one would be successful. But you have to have the tenacity that you have to have that kind of courage that yes, one of those would go through. So we have these, we call these scrum groups, where these young individuals, they come up with ideas, they come up with the newer thinkings, and then they are empowered to really go out and implement those. A few days back, we collaborated with Nest. Here we collaborated with Nest in a program called 0 Degree Challenge, where we went out of the organization and said, okay, we want to, let's say, deliver ice cream. How can the general people help us with setting up a system where we can deliver ice cream to anyone's doorstep? So it's really not only internalized, we are really going outside, and there were wonderful ideas which were generated. So heartening to see how young entrepreneurs, and it's all of, so they, because of the fact that they are crude, because of the fact that they don't have the hindrances of a multinational in their minds, they really clean slate think what a solution can be. And trust me, the kind of solutions that we saw were really, really interesting. I also lead a program called Foundry, which is a global program, Unilever Foundry. And again, it's an outward-looking program where we come up with problem cases from within the organization. Similarly, for example, we said we want to Uberize ice cream. Why do you need an ice cream wala to come to your, you go to the ice cream wala and buy ice cream? Why can you not call that ice cream wala to your own doorstep? Or if you want to deliver, there are lots of solutions in the shared economy where you can actually deliver your goods very easily to people's doorsteps. And then that's where we kind of use our these ideas and float these ideas out to the general public, where people are open to come in and pitch their ideas. And we actually provide them seed funding as well. So through Unilever Ventures, our global ventures funding arm, venture capital arm, we also provide them funding, given that there's a business case available. So the organizations are evolving, and the business cases are evolving. You would have heard about Dollar Shave Club. So there's a this is a acquisition that we did recently, where the idea was that if you need a shaving solution in $1, we'd provide you cheap $1 shaving solution at your doorstep. This is an organization which was not part of Unilever, but we saw so much potential in it that we went out and bought them. So really, not only are we internally thinking on how to change and manage this change and bring in people who can deliver the change, we're also really going out and seeking business models which are different and which can really step change, because the standard pipeline delivery model that we operate in would soon be replaced by the platforms. Yeah.
Thank you, Naveed. Your talk and Shadad Dada talk really actually made me think that a lot of good work is being done on innovation and doing things better. And there is definitely what you just gave an example of the hiring process. They are really good blend of using technology and human capability, which Shabbas Saab just mentioned. So a lot of good work is happening on the ground, because we are now running short of time. So I just like Tanveer to conclude this session. And for that, I like to hear recommendations from you on what are the key policy choices as an emerging Pakistan we should adopt to introduce the startup culture for our young entrepreneurs, and also for the large businesses to basically promote the innovation and the startup culture in Pakistan.
Thank you, Amir. Guys, I told you I was the one disruptive culprit, again, standing between you and the lunch. So I'll begin very quick. So I think, Amir, what you just asked is something which was very nicely explained by Ibrahim Saab in the beginning. There will always be a cat and mouse situation in case of the policies and the startups or the disruption. We all witnessed the Kareem episode that happened when the government asked them to shut down, just because there was no policies, how will the tax be collected and stuff like that. So those things will be happening again and again. So one of the biggest challenge by all the regulators, authority, is how to get the tax out of those startups and those people who are actually earning money. There are lots of startups. I don't know, some of you must be knowing that Sakoon.pk is one of the startups. It's simply, when you've got some problem in your AC or problem in your geyser nahi chal raha, or pani ki motor kharab, anything like that, and you are actually running around seeing the people who can't come and do that thing. So you actually simply call them through Sakoon.pk and something which works really well. So there are lots of things which are happening, but again, the policies will always be lagging behind them. Because there's, as I mentioned, it was more of a people who are actually coming up with the newer ideas and they're putting it up in place and they're actually just moving forward. So having those incubators, I think Jahara is sitting here. I think they managed to have one of the whole day workshop for the startups, and I think they were able to get 100 plus or something who actually came and actually showcased their own things they're doing, and they were able to get some venture capitalists. One of the biggest problem that we see in Pakistan is that people are not willing to put the money there. I'll be more interested to put the money in the student biryani thing to get a franchise on that, because I know the return will be there. But I can't trust those group of people or group of young boys or girls who are actually coming out and doing some sort of attack thing or stuff like that. So that's the challenge that will always be there. And but yes, the private sectors could come up. Again, the trust level will be there. The trust deficit is there. Eventually, the thing will move. It's more like a flywheel effect. It will be too difficult to move the wheel the first time, but once it start moving, it will keep on moving on and on. And as Shabar Sahab just mentioned, it's more about the mindset that we have for our own selves. So if we need transparencies if we want to trust those people, then we need to trust ourselves. Yeah, I told you, we don't trust ourselves. We're a nation and we have started lacking trust nowadays. So having more trust in ourselves, having trust in those people who are coming up with the new ideas, and then actually embracing them. That's what we can do. Policies will always be lagging behind them. There will be always something. They come up with something, they'll come up with a policy. They come up with something, they'll come up with a policy. So you don't have. They don't wait. They just come up with something and they just start getting into things.
Thank you so much. So now I like to open the floor for the questions. So we have some face-to-face questions and some online questions. So please take your name, keep your question very short and crisp, and direct it to the respected panelist whom you want to answer. Thank you.
We'll start off from here. I'll hand over the microphone.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm Najib Muchal. I'm a partner with Crow Howarth. Basically, yes, I mean, Shabar Sahab, we've always been listening to him. And here I would like to start with ethics. And what I feel that our younger generation, which are coming in the market, and as Shabar Sahab said, that they want to go to like the big families, they want to go to US, and then they want to set up. I feel that when a person, like when a youngster, he comes in the business scenario, and when he looks at the whole business scenario where there's flying invoices, there's under invoicing, there's, let's say, I mean, like all these unethical practices going on. Now, where do you bridge that gap? I mean, what I want to ask Shabar Saab, that basically, why are these people moving out? Maybe they're not happy with the ethical situation in Pakistan, and they are probably, listening to their parents. I mean, the father in the business telling कि purchase manager को जी 2% दे देना and get a kickback and all this. So this is very ingrained in our society. So I just wanted to, I mean, I'm also like really like for the younger generation who are no doubt very dynamic. But then when they come in the real world, I mean, would they be, dragged to this unethical, things, or would they, would they not assimilate? I mean, and then they probably would like to go out.
Exactly क्या सवाल है? Basically, अगर सवाल को summarize करें, what is the question? Exact question.
सवाल ये है मेरा कि when आप जो कहते हैं कि भाई the younger people who you said that they want to like move out to UK and US and like start there. They want to not to live in Pakistan. मेरा सवाल ये है कि because when they see कि भाई let's say when they come into the real business and when they see कि भाई things are very unethical. Let's say जिस तरह मैंने कहा कि भाई we're talking about flying invoices. ठीक है.
Again, on this brain drain and ethics, I have two answers basically. Let me give you first the answer of the brain drain. I am running the largest accountancy practice in this country. At the same time, I am also running SIUT as a finance managing trustee of the SIUT, because as a doctor, I deal with them, all their pays. And let me very candidly say to you, a middle class professional has got no future in Pakistan because he cannot make a house from an earning he will make in 10 years. Very candidly. When I talk to my people who leave my firm and go to Saudi Arabia or to Middle East, or any doctor, when I interview them in SIUT, the why you are leaving, he may give you 110 reasons for it. ये हो गया, वो हो गया, ये है, वो है. At the end of the day, ultimate reason is that he does not he cannot as a professional make a house or make a reasonable living if he is from middle class or lower middle class in Karachi with the kind of the cost of the real value is. So we have a different reality and a different perception. That people leave for the reason that the society is insecure. People leave because I am a witness to it, because I am the largest employer or chartered accountant in this country. So there is, I always say, and when I asked my senior partner in other network, he said that if the earning of a young professional, his 10-year earning is not equal to the house he can have, then you will never be able to retain any profession. This I am telling you doctors, because I am dealing with the doctors and as well as chartered accountants. So we have to correct our system of economics for the middle class and the lower middle class to actually stay here. You know, there is a gap. I can talk a little. Coming back to the second thing on ethics. On the ethical point of view, I am not maybe a very objective. I am not in favor of teaching ethics. I am in favor of demonstrating ethics. You know, you can't teach anyone subject of ethics and take examination from him कि आपने ethics का पढ़ाया, उसको शाम को ध्यान ले लिया कि जी ethics के ये सवाल है और जाके ethics कर दी उसने जाके. Ethics कभी पढ़ाई नहीं जाती. Ethics हमेशा demonstrate की जाती. Second, but the question is ethics के जो हम ethics का बहुत ज़्यादा बात कर रहे हैं, personal ethics become irrelevant if the societal ethics is broken. We all don't pay taxes and we teach ethics. You know, I'm saying not all. We all don't pay reasonably to our drivers and we talk about ethics. So the question is that at the societal ethics, the issue we are facing is that the moment is not the personal ethics issue. The society forces us. The system of the we are living in, that forces us to either to become silent and to park ourselves somewhere else, or to become unethical. The pressure of society is so large that it becomes difficult for us to survive. So again I am saying we should continue demonstrating the concept of ethics. We should continue teaching ethics, but unless and until the societal pressure, that economic pressure, that is not eliminated, that is not corrected, personal ethics may not lead to the desired result which we want. And just to conclude it, the society in America and USA, Sweden, don't put you in that pressure which Pakistani society puts you in that. And then we demand कि हम ethical practices में operate करें. So ये एक बड़ा मुश्किल, is a very difficult subject, but the question is very relevant, and demonstration of ethics by whom? Demonstrate ethics कौन करेगा? क्योंकि मैं भी कह सकता हूँ मैं बड़ा ethical हूँ, हर बंदा ethical हो सकता है, but the question is कि ethics की demonstration की mechanism क्या है? It cannot be done by NAB. It has to be societal. And I just quote you one thing, and मैं simple सी आपको बात इसको और आसान कर देता हूँ. कि अगर आपके घर में रिश्ता आता है किसी लड़की बेटी की बहन की शादी के लिए, अगर वो आदमी शराबी होगा, ज्वारी होगा, जानी होगा, आप शादी नहीं करेंगे। टैक्स अगर चोरी होगी कर रहा होगा तो आप शादी कर देंगे। सिंपल सी बात है, सिंपल बात है। अगर वो लड़का शादी ज्वारी होगा, शराबी होगा, जानी होगा, आप शादी नहीं करेंगे उस बेटी अपनी बेटी की। अगर पता लग गया कि इनकम टैक्स ऑफिसर टैक्स चोरी करता है या टैक्स चोरी कराता है, तो आप कहेंगे कोई बात नहीं, सोसाइटी में हमारे वैसे होता है। सो द क्वेश्चन इज कि आपने कंपार्टमेंटलाइज कर दिया है कि व्हाट इज एथिक्स। So it's a societal problem. I don't think it's an individual problem. And I think when we teach ethics and the subject of ethics is taught, it should be there should be a more campaign on the correction, building societal ethics rather than personal ethics. मैं घर के अंदर कुछ भी करूं आपको मतलब नहीं होना चाहिए। घर में बैठ के मैं शराब भी पी लूं आपको मुझे मतलब नहीं होना चाहिए। आपको ये मतलब होना चाहिए कि मैं घर के बाहर क्या कर रहा हूं।
Thank you, sir. Thank you. So, can we take another question?
The question concise and to the point.
My name is Kuram Shehzad and I'm a fellow certified chartered accountant. We have talked about difficulties in like raising funds for the startups. So my question is to Shehzad Saab, that how being a CEO of a very reputed bank, how do you see to address these issues of raising funds for the startups and supporting young minds? And a secondary question, what is the situation in other regional countries about addressing this issue? Thank you.
Shehzad Saab, before you answer that, let me make it a little bit more complicated for you, because there's another online participant who's also wanted to ask related to that what will be the key success factors for youngsters when they are thinking about running their own concerns. So if you could blend the three answers together. Thank you.
I'll try. I think if you really look at startups and where the funding comes, and again, we don't have to reinvent anything. We have to look at the models, the global models that have happened. And I'm not shying away as a bank, but banks are not the first place a startup should go for borrow money. I mean, a startup is a concept, it's an idea. And there are dedicated capital available for exactly that purposes. That's called the venture capital world. Unfortunately, in Pakistan, जो venture capital है वो आपके भाई बहन रिश्तेदार, it's an informal sector. We haven't really developed it into a formal. मेरे पास छोटू चाय वाले का आपने तनवीर भाई ने idea दिया. I think this person, and happened to know him, I think he went to his friends and family and he was able to raise the money, and the rest is history, right? So I think we need to develop those venture capital incubators which will allow that, and good work is happening. She's sitting there and she's exactly doing that, bringing in good ideas, bringing in smart people to connect the dots. I think we need to do more and more of that. As you go from a startup to a SME, I think that's where the banks have to play a big role. And my bank and many other banks. I think just to quote you a number, forget about Pakistan, there's a $4 trillion gap of SME financing. 2 billion people are unbanked right now in the world. And the numbers are as astounding for Pakistan as they are for here. So I think what we need to do is create that venture capital availability for it. And I think people and not every startup will be a success story. And I think that's the risk-based in approach that a venture capitalist will have. They will make sure that 10 ideas में से शायद 100 idea में से शायद एक idea successful होएगा, एक idea आपका करीम होएगा या Uber होएगा या whatever. And the story goes on. So I think we need to do that. And as a culture, as a society, we need to develop those. And smart money will go there. And as a diversified portfolio approach, if you're doing wealth management, which we do at Standard Chartered also, it's always prudent to have some money in equity, some money in diversification, some money in fixed income, some money within equity in different types of portfolios. So that would be the important thing. Your second question was around what.
How our situation is different from the other countries, like.
Exactly, and that's why I gave you that. I try to blend the first two together, and then you have the equity capital markets. Unfortunately, I mean, Shabar has been on the board, Shehzad has been on the board. I personally, then I think we have not, Pakistan Stock Exchange has not been tapped for the right purposes. There are certain, and again, as a board member telling you, I think we really need to encourage people to come forward. And obviously, whatever the hindrances are, we need to remove those. But the equity capital markets is the first place. I spent a lot of time with a firm called Alex Brown. All we did was do venture capital funding, and we did this all the time. And equity capital market was the thing. Then you go and build your capital structure together. Because when you have a business that's making no money and a startup will not make money, you will find very hard with the current rules and regulations that we have with the prudential regulation, where you need to have fixed assets to give a loan. How will you get a bank to do that? So I think there's nothing wrong with a startup going to various different sources. And that's exactly how it's done in the world. I think global markets are koi bhi utha le, koi bhi successful market utha le. And the last thing I would say, again, working as in a foreign bank and have worked abroad, this is again sort of echoing a bit of what Shabbar was saying. Look, one size doesn't fit all. While we can learn from our experiences in the global world or global, one size doesn't fit all. And again, what works for Engro may not work for Unilever. What works for Unilever may not work for P&G. And I think we really need to understand that at a lot of times, and even large corporates, I bank with all of them, alhamdulillah. I think what we find is there's a Me Too mentality. Cement आजकल तेजी है तो सब तेजी में जाए. मिल्क है तो सब मिल्क में जा रहे हैं. अगर आपको चाय अच्छी चल रही है तो लिप्टन है, टपाल है, so what? 6 और घुस जाते हैं, and then they all crash and burn. I think people need to understand that they have to the Me Too mentality. One has to do the economics. So, for example, अभी चाय वाले का आपने example दिया है. आज आप कहीं भी चले जाएं, there are 50 chai walas there, right? Now, I think and that's where they get burned and then they get discouraged and all that.
Just to add one thing that you just said, I think capital is one element, but in our experience, when we went through the Unilever Foundry program, what we realized was that these are very crude and very kind of novice kind of people. There's a lot of hand holding that you need to do. You need to make sure that the ideas are curated. ऐसा नहीं हो सकता कि आप आज idea लेकर आए और कल वो Kareem बन जाए, Uber बन जाए. The idea can be big, but really converting it into a reality and the operational modalities required to make it work are very, very important. So you're absolutely right that there has to be culture pura.
Just to answer your question, look, I can just relate to, and again, I can't declare, I can just relate to my experience. I don't know how good or bad it is. When I was coming out, I come from a Maiman business community, and she's going to relate to it. And I went and joined investment banking, something never heard of in my family. Pushto ne professionalism mein nahi gaye the. Here's a guy who's going from, and mashallah, was coming from a good family. I think what the few things I would say, and it was a very, Wall Street, very competitive. Few things that I take with me. There's no substitute for hard work. I think anybody who tells you anything, and this means no shortcuts in life. Anybody who tells you anything otherwise is lying to you. The other thing is, and it builds in very well with our things, it's ethics, right? It's ethics all around us. Integrity. Integrity is not taught in schools. I think Shabbar says it right. You demonstrate it. But frankly, ethics is jo meri aaj 7 saal ki bachchi ko main sikha raha hu. I'm not going to teach a 40-year-old man as a CEO to my GM ki yaar ye ethically kare. I think we have lost the plot. Ethics is, again, you live your values, the valued behaviors, and the valued behaviors of every organization has to have its valued behaviors. We have our own. Every organization, I think this, jo Tanveer bhai ne baat kari thi, the purpose. What's your purpose? Our purpose is driving economic prosperity through our unique diversity. That's Standard Chartered's purpose across the 70 markets we work in. And I think, therefore, what one needs to have is ethics, one needs to have hard work. And I think for startups, again, linking it, because I'm realizing we are losing the plot, the connectivity to the theme of the conference. The other thing is, whenever you have a startup or whenever you're starting some new business or you're coming into the work life, I think having a mentor or a few mentors, a few people you live up to, I think that really is the torch. That is the torchbearer. It could be your father, it could be your mother, it could be Adib Rizvi, Dr. Adib Rizvi, it could be anybody. But it would be nice because that's when you can really go and talk to him or her and talk about some of the challenges you have. So I think that's what I think if the startup professional has those few things with them, and inshallah, if they're unki niyat saaf hai, I think success is all written all over them. Thank you.
Thank you, Shadad. Very
Thank you so
thoughtful
much,
of
sir.
you. I think just want to add here my one bit because I was attending an international conference and one of a professor presented a paper over there based on research, and he said 95% of the startups fail in their first year. Only 5% succeed. So as far as funding startups concerned, even if we go to the US markets, there are angel investors which first come out of their families to support it. Then the venture capitalists come in, and then there is a growth capital coming out of private equity, and then the bankers come in. So these are, I think, there's a fifth level at which banks come in to support any business. So with that, I like to thank all the panel members for their valuable and very thoughtful insight into innovation and enterprise risk management. And even more, we went even ahead into very sensitive areas of our social fabric and ethics, which are definitely the foundation stone for building this innovation thing on that. So thank you so much, and we formally come to an end for I think
Thank you so much, Amir. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause to our very able panel. I would like to call up on stage Sajid Aslam and Asad to please come up on the stage so that we can give the mementos to our panel members. We'll start off with Khwaja Tanveer Salim Saab, the Chief Information Officer, Angro Corporation, our keynote speaker and guest of honor for today. Thank you so much.
Distinguished panel of speakers, management of ACCA and partner organizations and industry professionals, Assalamu alaikum. On behalf of Team UC Pakistan and our CEO, Mr. Faisal Mushtaq TI, I would like to extend our deepest congratulations for Sujit and his team from ACCA and the representatives of Board of Investment for launching this powerful series, Pakistan Leadership Conversation 2018, and for taking the emerging Pakistan flag through this series of discussions nationwide. We at TMUC are extremely honored to be partnering this initiative and contributing in our capacity to the initiative of Emerging Pakistan. A little introduction of TMUC, the Millennium University College, with a legacy of over 30 years in teaching and learning. All these decades, the vision has been about the evolution of education and the future. So we realize the potential of Emerging Pakistan way ahead of its time. We are an institution of higher learning dedicated to providing innovative undergraduate, graduate, and professional education. Our slogan is to study and engage with students across the globe. By bringing a range of international qualifications home, TMUC aspires to be recognized as the leading institution of borderless education, committed to providing opportunities that exceed local stream of education to the youth of Pakistan. We are the pioneering provider of transnational education. We have collaborative arrangements with renowned foreign institutions with professional and higher education portfolios. And we operate from 6 state-of-the-art purpose-built university campuses nationwide. So today's discussion topic, Emerging Pakistan and PLC, it is definitely a progressive initiative to build a positive image of the country, promoting Pakistan's culture internally and globally. Pakistan is the 5th fastest growing economy of the world. Realizing this and advocating it is our responsibility as architects of the future. Currently, we have more than 2,500 millennials studying at TMUC campuses nationwide, a large chunk of which is engaged in the pursuance of accounting professional qualifications. Our CEO's vision for them does not just revolve around learning, but learning with lifestyle and connectivity to the real world, be it through industry-academia linkages, capacity building, or our career development networks. We believe in enriching their experience of learning beyond the classrooms. We are having these thought-provoking PLC discussions at the right time to position Pakistan at its rightful place on the global map. Our land, Pakistan, is a land of vast potential and countless opportunities, of breathtaking landscapes and hospitable people, of rich traditions and unmatched resilience. We're heading out of our challenges stronger and heading towards a brighter future. Pakistan narrates the story of a youthful and vibrant country full of hope and passion, with abundant resources and opportunities, open to new ideas and ventures. CPAC, China-Pakistan Economic Corridor, is another ray of hope for the better future with peace, development, and growth of economy. However, it is also a crucial make or break stage in the economy and future prospects of Pakistan. To gain maximum benefits from this novel initiative of economic cooperation, we must be aware of all the implications of it. The global economy is fast changing, unforgiving, and competitive. Pakistan is now ready to chart a new path of progress, a path of peace and prosperity. Hence, the academia and accountancy profession together needs to ensure that the students and executives have the knowledge, skills, and competency to help organizations sustain economic growth and compete nationally and internationally. And this is exactly with this national aim that TMUC is partnering the Pakistan Leadership Conversations nationwide. I hope the participants had a thought-provoking summit and at the same time accept the assurance and our highest commitment to the field of education. I, on behalf of TMUC, assure you of wholehearted dedication to education in Pakistan. Ladies and gentlemen, let's play our role in emerging alongside Pakistan as the future is now. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Averia, for that. And whilst we're just at the onslaught of closing today's ceremony, if I could request Sajid and Asad to please come up on the stage again. Is Haroon here? Haroon is John, the head of member affairs. If he can please also join us, we'll quickly give the mementos to the partners. Our strategic partners from 18. If you're here, Abbas Bilgarami Sab, if you could come up and take the memento.
Assalamu alaikum, everybody. Thank you much for being an absolutely wonderful audience. We have had the pleasure of listening to some excellent engagement, excellent takeaways. We have spoken about financial inclusion. We have spoken about innovation. We have spoken about risk. But at the end of the day, the entire thing that we wanted to tie it up with has been emerging Pakistan. A lot has been said about emerging Pakistan, a lot is being done about emerging Pakistan, but let me just share it with you that we guys put together, we are that emerging Pakistan, we will be the pillars that will make that happen. So I would really like all of you to clap for yourselves, clap for all the corporates, clap for all the key speakers, clap for all the intellect, clap for all the ideas that have been shared today. So some key takeaways, I think, which tie up very well with the collective vision for an emerging Pakistan. It will not happen until we make ethics a key pillar for this endeavor. And that will be our theme for an event later today for the new members ceremony. Other things that have been shared by our August gathering of panelists, speakers, and thought leaders has been Make in Pakistan. Emerging Pakistan is all about Make in Pakistan. Self-confidence. Look for entrepreneurial heroes. Investors will not be the banks initially. So look for those people who are your angel investors. This ties up well in terms of creating and developing an ecosystem for private equity and venture capital. A lot has been said about platform-based business models. With that comes an additional responsibility of data protection and the laws around it. This vision for emerging Pakistan can never be complete. I think the important point made by Mr. Shabbar Zaidi, inclusive growth, inclusiveness for the society at large. Digitization will be able to deliver that. With digitization, we have been hearing about this term which is called fintech. Fintech, trust me, everybody, you speak to a lot of the people, whether they are venture capital, tech people, they are people who are working with banks, people who are working with other organizations. Fintech is the way forward. In the next couple of years, you would see a lot happening. And I think the real takeaway for us in terms of the emerging Pakistan vision would also be how we inculcate that in our respective organizations. So our a very unique perspective shared by Khwaja Tanveer Salim was the exponential growth, which will be led by millennials, which will be empowered by networking, which will be empowered by transparency, has to be led through an exponential leadership. So anybody who will allow the openness within the organization, do away with the hierarchical architectures, will make that happen for their organizations. And the, and to conclude that with this famous, I would say, quote, the three principles shared by our founder was faith, unity, discipline. I think the fourth pillar that we can add towards an emerging Pakistan is contribution. Let's contribute towards this vision and make this re-emergence, emergence, this rise, this emergence out of the shadows, this growth a reality. Thank you very much, and look forward to you all for PLC 2019 and continued support as you have always done. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And whilst we are on that, before we proceed off to lunch and we officially make a closure, I'd like to thank the ACCA team. So I'm going to change sides now. I'm going to come right about here, and we are going to try something exciting. And we're going to take a photograph, a group photograph of this entire audience. So if you could please stand up where you are, and we'll take an aerial photograph of the entire audience. This is going to be our contribution. And on behalf of all the attendees who have been here present with us since the morning, we'd like to thank ACCA Pakistan and the team for holding this conversation and setting the agenda and making sure that we're all geared up for the fourth pillar that was set by the founder of Pakistan. So on the go of 1, 2, 3, can we all say Pakistan Zindabad? Come on, guys. I've been up since 6 a.m. and my voice is still there, the energy is still there. So Pakistan Zindabad. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Lunch is outside. Thank you so much. You've been a wonderful audience. Thank you.
When you invest in analytics, a person can sit back, look at the data independently, and make sense out of it. What is data analytics? Data analytics is the process of examining data sets in order to draw conclusions about the information they contain. The tools used present the data in more visual formats, aiding analysis and interpretation, enabling you to focus your progress against your strategic goals. Why does it matter? Why should an organization embrace analytics? Organizations have large volumes of financial and non-financial data. The opportunity available through analytics is to be able to make sense of it. Analytics can help you improve your customer centricity, bringing greater insights into customer behavior. Analytics can uncover the unexpected. Looking into patterns and trends develops additional relationships and improve predictions. All finance teams are